McCarthy. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. Happy Friday. Today we are going to have on our agenda 6 public hearings, and we will hope to get to some language reviews at the end. I want to first introduce the committee to everyone, and then we'll go through the ground rules about how we conduct our public hearings. So, Representative Rader, you're first today.
Thank you. My name is Amy Rader. I am the representative from District 125, which is a portion of Bangor.
Senator Guerin.
Good morning. I'm Senator Stacey Guerin, representing Southern Penobscot County, District 10.
Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy, and I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville.
Representative Gear.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Tracy Gear, and I represent House District 9, which is Kennebunkport and Coastal Biddeford and Kennebunk.
Representative Drinkwater.
Greetings from sunny Milford. I'm Representative Drinkwater from District 121.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I am Representative Dick Bradstreet, and I represent House District 80, which is Vassalboro, Windsor, Somerville, and part of Augusta.
Representative Morris.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Representative Joshua Morris. I represent State House District 75, which is Turner, Leeds, and part of Livermore.
And I am Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, 11 towns in Southern Kennebec County. We also have with us today our clerk, Ms. Alyssa Thompson, and our 2 analysts, Mr. Stephen Langland and Ms. Colleen McCarthy-Reed. So today we'll be having public hearings.
I'm also here as well.
Oh, I didn't see you. I'm so sorry.
Is it okay if I?
Yes, go ahead and introduce
Thank you. So I'm Sophie Warren, and I represent my hometown here in the Scarborough, Maine, Scarborough Coastal District 29 to be specific. Thank you.
No problem. Sometimes when people come onto the screen, it shifts everything around and my eyes have to go backwards. And we also have with us Representative Prescott.
Well, hi, I'm Dwayne Prescott, House District 17, that'd be Waterboro and Lyman.
Okay, now let's see. Are there any other committee members present that I missed? Perfect. We will introduce others as they show up. Today, we're going to begin with LD 1231, followed by LD 1101, followed by LD 1105, 1103, 1106, and we will end with 1233. This being a public hearing, everything will be live streamed on the YouTube channel and recorded for posterity. We will also be heard live on our legislature's website. If you have signed up under any other name than what is on your Zoom screen, please change the name on your Zoom screen. It will make it a lot easier for us to admit you to the room to testify. There could be a little bit of a lag, so if you think you're gone, you're not, you'll be back up. The chat function that we have is only for technical issues, or if you didn't get called upon because you wish to speak and we didn't see you, use the chat function only for that. And you can absolutely talk directly to the committee clerk or just to all of us if for some reason we missed your testimony. We want our testifiers to keep their remarks to under 3 minutes if possible. We will have a clock. I do not see Chairman Sylvester yet, so I will ask if Representative Rader will keep time. Is that possible? Thank you. We will take testimony in favor of each bill, followed by testimony against each bill, and we'll finish with testimony neither for nor against each bill. And again, this is being broadcast live, and we hope to finish our day by 5. It's Friday, maybe we'll get out early. With that, I'm gonna open up the public hearing on LD 1231. An act concerning climate and community investment projects sponsored by Representative Scott Cuddy of Winterport. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Senator Hickman and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing, my name is Scott Cuddy and I live in Winterport. I represent House District 98, which is comprised of Frankfort, Searsport, Swanville, and Winterport. And I'm here today before you to introduce and speak in favor of my bill, LD 1231, an act concerning climate and community investment projects. At the outset, I want to be clear with everybody that the sponsors amendment that was distributed to the committee and interested parties replaces the original bill in its entirety. So my testimony today will only be referring to the presented amendment. First off, I want to lay out the reason that this bill exists. As a state, a nation, and a world, we have recognized that climate change is an existential threat. Here in Maine, we've taken steps to do our part in response to this threat. It is currently the law in the state of Maine that by 2030, just 9 years from now, 80% of our energy will be generated by renewable sources. By 2050, it will be 100%. And I am proud that we've adopted this aggressive approach. This approach has led to an exceptional amount of construction of renewable energy generation. According to a recent story in the Bangor Daily News from April 6, there have been requests to put more than 2,000 megawatts of power onto the grid in the last 2 years. That is 300 megawatts more than the peak our grid currently sees. This is an exceptional amount of generation and is going to take a lot of work by the women and men of Maine to make it a reality. My bill seeks to ensure that those women and men benefit appropriately from that work. The amendment before you has 4 main parts. Renewable energy generation projects that meet the definition of an assisted project and are 2.5 megawatts or larger will have to meet certain basic labor standards, such as paying the prevailing wage and workforce development. The work performed on those projects should benefit disadvantaged communities and should be done in a way that encourages or requires the hiring of groups that aren't currently well represented on construction sites, specifically Native Americans, persons of color, women, and veterans. The work performed on these projects must utilize registered apprenticeship programs. This is necessary to ensure that we build a workforce in the trades at the same time that we perform this work. And lastly, an entity that signs a project labor agreement will receive a beneficial consideration during the PUC's procurement process. There are some elements of this that I want to define for people who may not be familiar with them. First is prevailing wage. A lot of these things are concepts that not all of us deal with on a routine basis, and I want to make sure people understand them. Prevailing wage is the minimum hourly rate that can be paid to a particular trade on a job to which the prevailing wage applies. It does take benefits into account as well. Prevailing wage right now applies to state-funded jobs that cost $50,000 or more, and the prevailing wage is set by the Maine Department of Labor. MDOL surveys contractors to find out what they're paying their people in different trades, electricians, laborers, flaggers, etc. Then MDOL crunches the numbers for a particular trade and comes up with an average. I am not certain it's an average. They go through an equation. I know it takes all the survey responses into account, but average is the best word that I know for it. That average is done on a county by county basis. So the prevailing wage for a plumber in Washington County might be different than that of a plumber in Cumberland County. The idea behind prevailing wage is that the state is the largest procurer of construction services. And if it were to participate in a race to the bottom bid war, then it would have the effect of driving wages down. Prevailing wage isn't the highest wage in the area. It is also not the lowest wage in the area. It is literally set to be the wage that prevails in the area. It's not supposed to pull wages up or pull wages down. It's supposed to sort of keep them as they are. This rationale also applies to our current renewable construction boom. Through government-created instruments like net energy billing, renewable energy credits, and other programs, we've created an incredibly hot market and an extraordinary amount of work. Attaching the prevailing wage will protect working people. The second element that I want to help define is a project labor agreement. And again, we're only talking about giving folks a preferential boost in the procurement process that the PUC runs. This is not a mandate. So a PLA is a pre-hire collective bargaining agreement between a customer and a group that represents the building trades. These agreements supersede union contracts and can help assure costs, quality, availability of people, and can even include items such as minority hiring goals. It's up to the customer and the building trades to agree before both parties sign. It's also important to note that any contractor can bid on a PLA job. Every contractor who bids knows the terms before they bid and has to agree to live up to them. But PLAs do not limit participation to union contractors or unionized employees. Additionally, this bill will help resolve an ongoing confusion around what is an electrical installation. Currently, law says that electrical installations include complete installations related to photovoltaic, fuel cell, and wind power generation systems. Yet, the racks that solar panels sit upon and that are used as the raceways and grounding and bonding paths aren't considered part of a complete installation. As a construction electrician, I can tell you that if I'm going to pull my wires through it, and if I'm going to use it to ground and bond my equipment, I want a licensed, qualified person doing the installation. So we've all heard the promises that by cleaning up our energy generation, we can both help our planet, but also help our economy. That's true. We absolutely can. But it won't happen by accident. We need to ensure that we do it in a thoughtful way. LD 1231 is a great step in the right direction, and I hope the committee will support the working men and women of Maine and vote ought to pass on this bill. Before I take questions, I do want to add that I've spent the last 10 or 11 years trying to help build a market for renewable power in the state of Maine. I have attended hearings, I have attended public hearings in the legislature to speak in favor of creating the renewable power standards that we have, to make them stronger, to improve them, to try to build a market for renewable energy in the state of Maine. That's been incredibly successful. And I have heard time and time again how we're going to not only clean up our energy generation, but also create good jobs for people. And we need to have some legal protections in place to make sure that happens, which is why I put this bill in. And I'm happy to be continuing the work that I've been doing over the last 11 years. I thank you all very much for your time and consideration, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative Cuddy. Questions from the committee. Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Representative Cuddy. A couple of questions, maybe they're for you or maybe somebody coming behind you. But I'm wondering how many of these, I think you said the level is 2.5 megawatts or more. How many do we foresee of those being less than 2.5 megawatts?
That's a good question. So, the 2.5 megawatt threshold was something where when I was discussing this bill with other folks, we wanted to make sure that we were not doing two things. One is getting anybody behind the meter, and 2.5 megawatts. I forget. I'm on education, utilities, or energy, utilities, and technology as well. So I'm going to use some terms that I need to define, and if I don't define them, please come back to me and ask me what I was talking about. Behind the meter is essentially used for residential. If you're putting panels up on top of the house, you're not going to be anywhere near 2.5 megawatts. There's going to be a kilowatt hour, not megawatt hour ratio. So we want to make sure we didn't get anything there. But we also, with the size of wind turbines today, if an island community wanted to put up a single turbine, we didn't want this to apply to some kind of a community project like that. So we picked this 2.5 megawatt range to make sure that we weren't going to be catching something like that up in this law. When it comes to solar fields, you have fields, a pretty common size build right now is in that 1 to 5 megawatt range. I do not know how many would be over 2.5 and how many would be under 2.5. The last two that I worked on as an electrician were both 5 megawatt AC or 4.98 megawatt AC fields. And that was they were about 45, 50 acre fields.
Yeah, follow up, Mr. Chair?
You may.
Yes, thank you. And given that, how many projects would be under $50,000, which is the threshold for this? Is it realistic to say that there wouldn't be any under that?
No, because the projects themselves, it's not how much the project costs for the $50,000. That is how we do prevailing wage in, say, the DOT world. Prevailing wage applies a lot when you're building a road, because a road costs much more than $50,000. But the $50,000 is the actual level of assistance that the project receives from the state created programs or instruments. So if a project is going to sell $51,000 worth of RECs over the lifetime of the project, then it meets the definition, so long as it's also over 2.5 megawatts. If a project isn't going to receive that much money, then it would be under.
It's just the state portion of the assistance.
Exactly. It's
okay.
The state portion, the direct assistance, which could be from Efficiency Maine in terms of a rebate, or it's the level of value that is derived from selling net energy billing credits or renewable energy credits.
Okay, good. Thank you.
But and actually, I didn't quite answer your question because I don't know how many projects would be above or below that.
Any other questions for the bill sponsor committee? I see we have Senator Mearmont joined us. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, Dave Miramont, Senate District 12. County seat is Rockland, and it's all of Knox County except for the town of Washington. Welcome, everyone.
And Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I finally made it. One of the things that never happens when you're in the State House, a dog never walks into your office and throws up on the floor. At least it happens very rarely. Thank you, everybody. I am Mike Sylvester. I represent District 39, which is the Eastern Peninsula portion of Portland and the Fighting Islands of Casco Bay.
Representative Warren has a question for the sponsor.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for your testimony and bringing this forward. I hope that this feels relevant, and especially because you mentioned your longer experience. Again, maybe just anything you'd say on it for my clarity. I know that we've dealt in this committee this session with some dynamics around even apprenticeships that relate to equality and just how different structures and dynamics are kind of baked in that to maybe get towards this representation that we're speaking about. You know, there's many parts, there's many bills that are important. I guess I wonder if these apprenticeship programs, do you see them as, is there any chance for like a bottleneck, for example, and there just being maybe many more people who we would want to see represented, who there may be other barriers or dynamics? And could you speak to that, maybe just how you see your bill relating to those other issues?
Certainly. Thank you very much for the question, Representative Warren, because we have dealt with that on other bills in this committee. And I also want to point out that I feel a little more complete now that I've heard a reference to the Fighting Islands. I was missing that this morning. But the bill contains two parts that deal with what you're talking about. There's a requirement for the use of apprenticeship programs and utilization of apprentices. But then there's also a section of the bill that requires rules be drafted by MDOL to ensure that we have representation from these groups that are often underrepresented on a construction site. When I am on a construction site and I look around, I see a lot of people that look a lot like me, and not just that it's white males, but a lot of people whose hair looks a lot the same color as mine. It's an older profession, it's an older trade. And we need to draw people in to replace, the silver tsunami has hit everybody, and construction is no different. If this construction boom were happening 20, 25 years ago, there would be a lot more people per job to do the work, but we are seeing a lot of people retiring. And so we need to bring people in, which is one of the things that makes apprenticeships so important in this. But we didn't want to have just a call for apprenticeships. We also put into the bill this requirement that we involve people, that we involve women, Native Americans, folks of color, veterans. And because we have that equity lens that we are trying to view this through as well.
Are there any other questions for the bill sponsor from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. We will now take testimony from members of the public, first in favor of the bill, then opposed to the bill, then neither for nor against the bill. When you are called, please state your name, where you're from, and what organization, if any, you represent. With that, we'll turn to Matt Schlumbaum.
Good morning, Representative Hickman. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. My name is Matt Schlumbaum. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine AFL-CIO. We're a labor federation of about 160 local unions representing 40,000 working men and women. We testified today in support of LD 1231, and I also served in the past year on the state's Climate Council and Economic Recovery Committee, and that's informed our support for this bill. We start our consideration of this bill from a place of thinking and believing that there are multiple overlapping crises. I think Representative Cuddy did a great job spelling out the climate crisis that we all recognize and the urgency of decarbonizing, reducing greenhouse gas emissions as rapidly as possible. That crisis is also situated in a deep crisis of inequality. And we know that that's inequality of wealth, income, opportunity, and power. And we know that it cuts very deeply along lines of race and gender and geography. And we know inequality is skyrocketing. We know the climate crisis is accelerating. And our most basic proposition embodied in this bill is that climate change presents a tremendous threat. It also presents an opportunity as we have to restructure and rebuild our economy along the lines of a renewable clean energy economy. But that proposition to do that and to achieve that opportunity does not happen by itself. We have to rapidly reduce emissions. That change is coming, and we really have two options for how we do that. We can build a clean, low carbon economy built with low wage jobs, low quality jobs, lack of career training opportunities, or we can create tens of thousands of high paying, good quality, often union jobs. And taking the high road, as Representative Cuddy noted, will not just magically happen by itself. It requires us to make deliberate policy choices and requires that we directly address and not reproduce or exacerbate existing economic, racial, and gender inequalities. And to date, we have a pretty uneven track record, right? If you look at the jobs, the so-called green jobs or clean jobs, the median wage in 2019 for a weatherization installer in tech was $14 and change. Insulators in Maine in 2020, the median wage was $16. Solar photovoltaic installers in 2020 was $19. And when you factor in often very mediocre benefits, and that median wages inherently mean they're median, and many jobs are below that, it's very clear we have a lot of work to do. So the policy in this bill grows out of recommendations from Maine's 4-year climate plan. I'll spare you the long paragraph, it's in my testimony, but it essentially says, if we are going to marry clean energy investment with high quality jobs, we have to.
Sorry, you're at time, Mr.
Okay.
Slocum. Would you be able to summarize your final thought?
Yeah, I can summarize. Thank you. We need to pursue the policy provisions that are in this bill. Things like prevailing wages, encouraging project labor agreements, utilizing apprenticeship and training programs, and doing it in an equitable way that builds the diverse 21st century workforce that we need. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Slocum. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Slocum, for being here. Since I so rudely cut you off, was there anything you were hoping to get to in your testimony that you did not get to?
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would just say, I think these provisions, typically when we attempt to strengthen the economic rights of workers, we often hear the sky is falling. And I would just want to assert that these are very reasonable provisions. We have prevailing wage rates in Maine. We've had them for a century. They were created by two Republican senator and congressperson in Congress in the 1930s. They've worked well. They're a very logical instrument to meet a base level wage and benefit in this industry. Apprenticeship is the most tried and true tool we have to build a trained and diverse and skilled workforce. We should utilize it. You'll hear from many other folks to follow who can share their personal experiences. Project labor agreements were in the news this week as Aquaventus pursues one on its offshore wind projects. They're a very effective tool, and what we're saying is they should be a factor when we think about the economic benefits to the state of Maine. I think the equity provisions speak for themselves. And on the solar racking issue, which I know you'll hear more about, what we're trying to ensure here is that we actually enforce the statute we have on the books, and that we prioritize safety on construction projects around the racking and solar installation.
Thank you so much.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. A couple of questions, if I may. I go around, I see a lot of help wanted signs all over the state, wherever I go. And you think, can you correlate that with the assertion that we still have a lot of discrimination in hiring when most companies I know want to just hire qualified people, and that's all. And I might have another question after that. Thank you.
Sure. So you're absolutely right. We have, pre-pandemic, we obviously had tight labor markets. I think we still had a number of folks who were in that bucket of longer term unemployed that we need to address. our assertion is not based on discrimination in hiring. It is based on we need to do better. I think Representative Cuddy named it well. If you look at most construction trades, there's a particular demographic represented. What we're saying is there are tremendous opportunities in these fields. We need to think creatively. We need to think deliberately about, again, how do we not reproduce inequity, but how do we undo inequities? And that means thinking about how do we bring in veterans to the trades. A lot of trades have helmets to hard hats programs where they help veterans transition into construction projects. How do we support, encourage, incentivize, require hiring of more women, people of color, indigenous folks? I think our basic proposition here is we have a history that has often been exclusionary in the trades, and we can do much, much better. And what we're saying is let's work on that together to build the broadest, most inclusive workforce. The rulemaking that's delegated to MDOL can either require or incentivize or use both tools. And there's a lot of great ways we can do that. And our basic assertion here is we can do better on this front, and we all benefit because we know we need more workers in the main workforce.
Representative,
Okay,
you good?
I have one more question, if I may. Either for this gentleman or someone following him. It was stated in by the sponsor, and I think very well stated that, for instance, electricians who go through a training program are it gives them confidence that they're safe and they're qualified. Isn't an electrician in the state of Maine have to pass certain criteria or testing or certification before they can be licensed, regardless of that training
Yes,
program?
others can speak to the exact details. I believe it's to get your journeyman's license, you need 8,000 hours on the job, and there's a number of other criteria, but you're absolutely right. Yes, to be a master electrician, journeyman, you need to meet a certain set of rigorous criteria for safety reasons.
Thank you.
Representative Moore.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your testimony. So I wanted to ask you about the role of equity in apprenticeship programs in Maine and how it could relate to what is intended here. I'm looking at even data I've got one right in front of me from 2019, the Maine Department of Labor, just looking at the gender differentials on different, they have male and female, minority and veterans are measured among others. And for example, it looks like if this is correct, then it looks like our veterans are overrepresented in our apprenticeship programs. There are 16% of these programs, but 10% of the population. But women, for example, not in the same way, and minorities, as far as I can tell, not in the same way. So that there's some inequalities, and we've dealt with different bills this session, which you may be much more familiar with all this stuff than me. So again, I'm just interested to set up that dynamic and then ask you, I'm worried that there could be a situation where there's it's well-intentioned and different marginalized populations will be quote unquote prioritized, but without the, I'm wondering if you could speak to, as this program is implemented, how do we correct for this issue that seems to exist in Maine state apprenticeship programs in other ways? How do we not replicate these inequalities? I would hate to be in a situation where there's that kind of phrase, all else being equal, we'd hire a minority candidate, but no one seems to have applied. No one seems to want to do it. When I'm thinking that we want to make sure always that our laws are taking responsibility to correct for those things. And so I'm just wondering if you could kind of speak on that dynamic. I really appreciate this equity component, but want to understand better.
Yeah, it's a fabulous question. I appreciate you lifting it up. I think the bill shares the concern that you raised, and it is an attempt to address it, and it reflects, I think, what we recognize as needs to improve the composition of the workforce in the building and construction trades and in other industries that use apprenticeship programs. So the logic and the policy here is that we would try to come up with systems through rulemaking that would encourage the diversification of underrepresented populations. There's a lot of ways to do that, and different construction trades are already doing that. They're, in different ways. But I think you're absolutely right. There are miles to go, particularly in terms of opening the doors wide open to women and people of color and Indigenous folks and others. So that could be the use of pre-apprenticeship programs. The building trades in Maine have started to do some really fabulous work there, which is like a program before you even get into an apprenticeship. I think there's a lot of work to do to connect new immigrant communities with apprenticeship programs, and to really publicize and educate about apprenticeship programs. The state's apprenticeship program has been underfunded for years and has never been able to do the deeper outreach that it needs to do. So the concern you're naming is absolutely right. What the bill is trying to do is to say, let's very thoughtfully and meticulously go about to create a process where we are addressing this and making sure that we're building a good system to hire folks to diversify the workforce to address those historic inequities.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for being here, Mr. Slowboom. Following on from Representative Warren's question, you had mentioned the need for more funding for apprenticeship and for outreach for apprenticeships. I don't believe there's anything in this bill on that, but I just wanted to see what you thought the need level was there for funding.
Yeah, so I mean, I would defer to the Maine apprenticeship program on the the minutia and the weeds of this, but I can say confidently that I think we need to collectively do a much better job publicizing apprenticeship across the board and really telling its story and making sure it's in every high school in the state. And the Maine apprenticeship, I'm not going to say that means we need 2 outreach staff people or 3, but I do think staff that are fully dedicated to actually going out and promoting apprenticeship from the state would be tremendously helpful. We also cut funding from the Maine apprenticeship program in the last year or 2 that went to on-the-job training, students in classrooms, which is the wrong direction that we should be going. I think Representative Cuddy may have a bill in to address that issue. But I think you're absolutely right, it's not in this bill, but there is a much larger conversation about how do we bolster and fully fund the apprenticeship programs that do such valuable work in our state. And I'm happy to follow up with more specifics and concrete recommendations of, $500,000 additional dollars could produce X, or here's our recommendation. And I know there's policy work. Others are deeper in the weeds on around that exact question.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Slowboom? Seeing none, thank you. Next up, we have Kimberly Tinsman.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? I apologize. I'm on a construction site, so there might be a little bit of background noise.
We hear you great.
Excellent. So I would like to thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Kimberly Tinsman. I live in Monroe. I'm a 3rd-year apprentice in IBEW Local 1253. I'm testifying in support of LD 1231. So I would like to tell you a little bit about what being in an apprenticeship has meant to me and my family. So I live in Monroe currently, but I also grew up here. Monroe is part of a school district that has one of the highest rates of poverty in the state. The traditional path of college right after high school isn't available in the same way it might be in other areas. So because of this, right after high school, I joined the corporate world, and I was always working harder to prove I could do more and that I deserved more. Back in 2018, I took on a new role at the job I had at a call center while still performing my existing responsibilities with no pay increase. So after a promotion I was promised was not granted, I thought back to a few months prior when someone who was leaving that job said that they were joining the IBEW apprenticeship, and I went home that night and submitted my application. So joining the apprenticeship has opened my eyes not only to what I'm capable of, but my self-worth. I don't have to do the work of 2 to show that I deserve a living wage. I normally get out of work every day by 4 p.m., which means that after years of working until 9 p.m. or later, I'm not missing out on my kids' after school lives. I get to be home with them and be the mom that they deserve. for a long time, and I think a lot of people in Maine can relate to this, and I apologize. I put a lot of heart into this when I wrote it last night. For the first time in my adult life, I'm not trying to figure out which bills I can skip this month or pay late so I can feed my family. I've been able to get my daughter braces, and they've been able to play sports without me having to try to figure out where I can grab the money from somewhere else, trying to calculate how we're going to buy the shoes or equipment, because as any parent knows, you just want the best for your kids, and breaking my kid's heart just isn't on the table for me. You know, they say that tradeswomen build nations, and that is true, but it starts at the local level. We don't just build nations, we build communities, we build households. So I'm encouraging your support of LD 1231, as that is a first step towards empowering women across Maine and giving us a chance to invest in ourselves, our families, and to continue to build our communities. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Ms. Tinsman. We appreciate you being here. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Have a great day. Next up will be Ambassador Molly and Dana.
Thank you so much. And that sure is a lot to follow. That was beautiful. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Molly and Dana, and I am from the Penobscot Nation, where I serve as the Tribal Ambassador. I am testifying in support of LD 1231, an act concerning climate and community investment projects. Over the past couple of years, I've been able to do the work in my capacity as ambassador that focuses on climate, equity, community, racial and environmental justice, and of course, tribal sovereignty. The nature of being involved in so many various aspects of this work is that seeing where they intersect. And this bill would be a measure that supports multiple equity and climate factors at once, and does so in a way that holds up vulnerable populations while focusing on the sacred protection of the environment that we all depend on. Frontline communities are sections of our populations that may be the least represented in government systems, but feel the effects of the climate crisis the hardest. By advocating for equity in hiring and fair wages for these projects, we are doing a great service to these frontline communities and workers. And by supporting their rights, we are improving the conditions of the entire state, now and in the future. Tribal communities in Maine have some of the highest rates of unemployment. There are many factors for this, and some are deeply rooted in the lasting legacy of colonization and systemic trauma and oppression. I am always in favor of ways to strengthen our communities and individuals, and I see this bill as a step towards healing. I should mention that I also served on the Maine Climate Council, or serve currently, and I co-chair the subcommittee on equity of the Climate Council. I also serve as a co-chair of the Permanent Commission on the Status of Racial, Indigenous, and Maine tribal populations. So I'm not in my capacity of either of those roles today, but I am bringing that background with me. And Representative Sylvester, you might enjoy that my dog also likes to come into Zoom calls. So thank you all for your time. I thank you, Representative Cuddy, for your leadership on this. And I'm happy to take any questions. And if I don't have the answers for you today, I'm happy to try to get them for you before your work session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Dana. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Ms. Dana. Of course, I just live across the river from the nation. Do you have any numbers on how many tribal members are qualified for the trades, such as electrician, plumbers? Do you keep any statistics like that?
I wouldn't have them off the top of my head, but we do track things like that. And I would be happy to try to get you some information before your work session. And I know that the trades are something that a lot of tribal citizens aspire to get into. There are some barriers as to access. So I'm also very interested in some of the internship program talk here today as well. But I can certainly try to collect some data for you all.
Yes, that would be most helpful. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you very much for being here and for your testimony. I wanted to ask you, Ambassador, about those barriers to access or opportunity. If you could speak a bit more to that, and you may have heard a previous question. I sort of rambled along, so I won't go on too long. But I always am trying to think like not to, I guess, naturalize or justify any inequalities in our apprenticeship systems, but instead say maybe how are these the models or programs failing people. And so I'm wondering for Indigenous and tribal populations in Maine, if you could speak to that experience of access.
Thank you for the question, Representative. Yeah, I don't pretend to be an expert on employment and internships and all that, and I can only speak for Penobscot Nation, but I know that these are things that would really benefit a lot of our members, and a lot of our members are slipping through the cracks. So we have a higher education department that does a good job of placing people in either trade schools or universities, or, and seeing where they may be a good fit. But I think we have an issue getting people to the stage where they're looking for places to go. So that may be an issue of education and getting to the youth at an earlier age, and having alternatives to bad coping skills and stuff like that, and trouble that they may get into. So I see, societal factors and cracks in the system for sure. And when I do see tribal members that get into trades, it is a game changer for them. They're really able to get into a great career and provide for their families and break some of these cycles that we see in our people. So I wish I had more specifics for you, but I think there's a lot of factors at play. And I would really love to see some solutions to reach those people that probably aren't going to come to us, with these worries about education and employment and opportunities.
Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Ambassador. Thank you for being here today. Real quick question. In my district, transportation is one of the biggest things that keeps folks who are trying to work their way out of poverty into being parts of the trades, because the jobs are not a place that you go every day. It's a different place every day. Is transportation an issue as well? Because it's a nut I've been trying to solve for a while now.
Yes. quick question and a quick answer. That's definitely an issue.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee for the ambassador? Seeing none, it's great to see you. Thank you for being here.
Good to see you as well. Thank you.
Next up is Elizabeth Kleen.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for listening to my comments. Yes, my name is Elizabeth Kleen. I live in Portland, and I'm currently a third-year apprentice, electrical apprentice at Local 567. I also wanted to voice my support for LD 1231 and bills like this really need to pass if we're serious about counteracting climate change and transitioning to a clean energy economy. I generally support initiatives in renewable energy, but I also think that the new renewable energy jobs need to be as competitive with the current petroleum economy. And I just don't see really a viable way to make a transition to renewables if we're just taking away, these well-paying jobs that have good benefits and replacing them with jobs that pay a fraction of what, these workers formerly made in benefits and salary. The same standards really should be applied to renewable energy as to these petroleum jobs if we want to facilitate a smooth transition and make progress. I've had a lot of experience installing solar systems over the past 3 or 4 years, and I've worked on big solar fields and also so many residential homes. One thing I just wanted to stress, and I'll paraphrase it, keep it under 3 minutes, but it's just a very difficult and dangerous job. These solar fields, they can be, mainly because of, the ladder work, and you're on uneven ground. You've got, sometimes 2-3 foot snow drifts you're dragging ladders through and trying to set them up on, just sheets of ice. And then you're climbing 10 feet up to do hardware, and it's windy. There's all these factors involved. And then, of course, in the summer, you've got the extreme heat, which can be upwards of like 140 degrees, like commonly up on a roof. So yeah, it's just can be pretty draining and dangerous. And so in the apprenticeship program I'm in, you need 4 years of classes and 8,000 hours of on-the-job training to take this exam, the licensing exam. And I just, I wouldn't personally want anyone, working on my home electrical system or, doing any government infrastructure for that matter without proper training. And I can say from firsthand experience that this apprenticeship program has really made a huge positive impact on my life. It's meant that, I can earn a living. I have health insurance finally that I can afford. I'm learning this trade without going farther into debt, student debt that I already have accrued quite a bit of. And I don't think I would have been able to get into this trade without the program. So if we're going to tackle climate change and really get serious about it at the pace we need a skilled local workforce to do it, and just make sure people get really good training and are paid well for their labor, and diversity too. This is getting more diversity into these positions, because I can say from experience in the 3.5 years I've been with the union, I've never worked with another woman yet. I've worked with 2 people of color so far. So it is definitely something that needs to be worked on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kling, for keeping your remarks under 3 minutes. We appreciate it greatly. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Warren.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And because you had spoken to it, especially towards the end, I don't want to put you on the spot, but in where previous testimony had mentioned about funding and the Department of Labor to advertise the apprenticeship programs further, just wondering in the implementation of this bill, if it becomes law, would you have any comment about how to, move towards that equity piece and things that we could maybe learn just from your personal experience? What brought you to a trade program and apprenticeship program, or maybe what could bring others there?
Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly what the union does to, as far as recruiting. I'm not really involved with that. I'm not really, because I don't know so much about how they recruit. I'm not sure exactly what they could be working on more, but they have been recruiting more people lately. They've been doing a better job in the apprenticeship programs now. There's more diversity than you see out in the field. So something's happening in the right direction. But yeah, I'm not really sure what that would look like specifically, and it would be better a question, I guess, for someone involved in the fundraising and admin recruiting areas.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Kling, for being here today, and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
On your right.
Good morning, and thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Anya Wright, and I am the youth representative to the Maine Climate Council and a youth climate activist, and I am testifying in support of LD 1231. As a Climate Council member and also as a young person who wants good job opportunities for my peers in Maine, I strongly support LD 1231. The bill builds off of recommendations in the Maine Won't Wait 4-year plan for climate action that the Climate Council came out with in December. To highlight a little bit of the plan on page 72, it states that the Strengthen Maine Clean Energy Economy Plan highlights the importance of encouraging efforts to target the creation of high quality jobs through strategies that pair job quality standards with clean energy investments. Some of these may include prevailing wages, protect labor agreements, safety and health protections, community benefit agreements, registered apprenticeship utilization, and local hire provisions. So I see this bill as very in line with the climate action plan. We know we face serious threats from climate change, and we also face crises of economic equality and racial inequity. Our response to climate change needs to create high quality jobs and advance equity, and also offer opportunities for a just transition to a renewable future. And we have opportunities to create thousands of good quality jobs, but as some of my colleagues have mentioned, this won't happen just by itself. So I see LD 1231 as not only advancing the goals of the Maine Climate Council, but also providing more opportunities for young people in our state as they enter the field to get good paying jobs that keep them in Maine. LD 1231 takes important steps to ensure that jobs in the clean energy economy pay decent wages with benefits, that we're training a highly skilled workforce and providing strong training opportunities through apprenticeship, that we are advancing equity by encouraging hiring of Indigenous people, people of color, women and veterans, and that we are prioritizing the safety of workers on these projects. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. I can see that our analysts dropped in the four-year plan that Ms. Wright referred to in her testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Warren?
Thank you very much for your testimony, for being here. In your role on the Maine Climate Council, and I believe I know that you're with the equity subcommittee or working group in that capacity. If you could speak any further to, in a similar way to a question I asked Ambassador Dana. So again, I don't want to be rambling, but just what current inequities you may be aware of around apprenticeships and hiring, recruiting, and how you think about that in your role, Climate Council, to ensure we're being proactive as we move forward in the implementation if this were, to become law.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Representative Warren. I'm certainly not a labor expert, so, but I think, just from my perspective, reflecting on what some of my colleagues have said, especially in terms of, the field in general being mostly older folks, I think, as a young person in the state, this initiative is really exciting to me, to get more of my peers and young folks into this workforce. I see that as a huge opportunity. And I think, yeah, from my perspective, I think that's all I'll say, but thank you.
Thank you. Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Wright, for being here. A quick question, if I may. Could you speak a little bit about your understanding of the intersection between racial justice and climate justice?
Yes. Gosh, that's a big question. Yeah, so we know that climate change will not affect everyone equally, though it will affect everyone. And especially in the state of Maine, we see that we have deep racial inequities in our state. I think comparing the climate crisis to the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw a glimpse of what we'll be seeing with the climate crisis in terms of how crises in Maine affect different people. We know that Black Mainers experienced COVID-19 at a rate that was, I believe, 25 times higher than white Mainers. And so, looking at that inequity, we know that once, climate change really starts to affect us in the state of Maine, that we'll see similar inequities unless we do the really hard work to, solve those systemic issues. And I think this bill gets in the direction of that.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you for being here today, Ms. Wright. Are there any final questions from the committee? It's good to see you. I look forward to continuing our work on the Equity Subcommittee of the Maine Climate Council. Next, we have Grant Provost.
Can you hear me? I can't. Here we go. Thanks. I was blocked for a little bit there.
Welcome.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the esteemed Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Grant Provost, and I'm the business agent for Iron Workers Local 7 in the state of Maine. I serve on 2 workforce boards, the Maine State Workforce Board and the Western and Central Maine Workforce Board. I'm also a member of the AFL-CIO Executive Board. I rise in full support of LD 1231 and that concerning climate and community investment projects. This piece of legislation will help usher in a new economy that is not only equitable for our citizens, but will mandate that the transition from fossil fuels will be a just one. For one, the call requiring prevailing wage will lift thousands of workers in the construction industry out of poverty. It will enable the family members of all tradespeople, union or non-union, to put food on the table, hold jobs that turn into careers, and earn enough to have savings for the future. This is not the atmosphere currently in the state, where general contractors squeeze every last bit of profit out of their subs, in turn driving wages down. With 6 of the 16 counties in Maine well above 15% poverty rate, we can't afford the status quo any longer. I see this firsthand when organizing members, mostly from the reinforcing side, workers who put in over 60 hours a week and still qualify for Maine Care, workers well into their latter parts of the careers who have not a single cent for retirement and are looking at being laid off or forced out by younger new hires. After a career of supplying their employers with millions of dollars in profits, they have nothing but what Social Security can hand them to live on, and the realization that they will soon be on state-funded aid for the rest of their life. When a project at least requires prevailing wage, you create a market where companies that pay health insurance, provide retirement, and pay a living wage can compete. Currently, you would have a hard time finding anyone to work on your home for anything under than $40 an hour. Why would we think that it is okay for a construction worker working on a wind tower foundation to make $15 or less? You and I will be making that number $40 an hour later on, if not more, when we're paying for that employee's family's health care, their food, and their retirement. My son is going to be the 7th generation of my family brought up here in the state of Maine. More than anything, this is about his future, as it is all of our children, and the kind of Maine we want for them. It's about a fair economy where the switch to a carbon neutral electrical grid does not lead to the elimination of the working class. We have an opportunity like no other generation before us. We need to seize the moment and make sure that the future generations can benefit from our braveness today. This is why I urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet has a question for you. Mr. Representative Bradstreet, you're on mute.
Thank you.
Happens to me too, buddy.
You mentioned a few moments ago that a lot of older people in the workforce are being forced out by younger people. And yet some of the previous testimony we've heard has stated that we need to get more younger people involved through apprenticeship programs. How can we correlate those two?
So, you know, the young people that are making it into the market are you know, basically replacing people that have worked their whole lives and have no benefits there and are not as productive as the younger people. Doesn't mean that there's a lot of young people coming into the trade. It just means that the young people coming on now, a lot of what happens is they're all about the upfront money. They're not seeing the benefits of a retirement, a pension, or 401k. And, you know, and there's not a lot of shared, it makes for a cutthroat atmosphere. There's not a lot of shared information coming from the top down where you have your, you know, people with more experience holding on to that experience and not showing the younger generation because they know the next step is out the gate for them and they have nothing to lean on. So that we do need to get more young people into the trades, but the ones that are coming on the other side are eliminating skilled workforce.
Senator Garing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to ask you a question and for coming in to testify today. My question relates to statistics, and often that question is asked by Representative Warren in this committee, like hard facts is what she's often looking for. So I was surprised when you said older workers were being pushed out by younger workers, because that isn't what I'm hearing. I'm hearing people are trying to hold on to their older workers because they show up on time. There's the reliability factor and the experience factor. So I wondered if you had any statistics or specific examples of companies who have pushed out older workers.
So I don't have statistics, but you know, one is what you see is so reinforcing. A 65-year-old man is going to pick up a bundle of rebar and walk down a bank and install it as fast as a 22-year-old. Not happening. A 65-year-old woman is not going to be expected to climb a column, put a wrench in, sit on the wrench, and wait for a piece of iron to come in. A 22-year-old male will. So
follow up, Mr. Chair.
You may.
My question is, do you have any specific examples of companies or statistics to back up what you're saying that people are being pushed out of their jobs? Do you have specific examples?
I don't, but I do receive, as I said before, phone calls from men and women above 50 that have been laid off in this economy, looking for a home that's going to provide health insurance, a pension, and a living wage.
Representative has a question.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony. I think maybe a point of clarification to start is some of what you're speaking about maybe having to do with a perceived or actualized age discrimination that may be a concern you're speaking about, or are you making a claim that there is widespread preference in this way? Because I think that I would just like to, I have a similar question or concern here about some of the things that you're stating if you're not able to provide the data that is supporting this point of view here.
Sure. I mean, I'm trying to just not be age discriminatory myself, but does it exist? Absolutely. Does it happen all the time? Yes. Is that what I'm referring to? Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then a separate point, if I could, having to do with the, in this similar way that I've been asking some previous folks, but so in your experience, just not replicating certain inequalities, I also sometimes hear a notion of a zero-sum game in some way. And so my wonder is if you could provide your understanding of the scale of investments that are going to be made in this renewable energy and thinking about addressing climate projects, just how many jobs are going to be needed, that maybe we would need everyone that is qualified and all the different abilities or skills or experience that they do have. If you could just speak to the scale, if it's one or older or younger, or maybe it's both in different ways.
Oh, well, I mean, I think if we're going to switch to a carbon neutral grid here, we're going to need thousands and thousands of construction jobs. I mean, just offshore wind itself, one turbine is going to take hundreds. The research array, we're looking at possibly thousands, and then a commercial project, even more. You're starting a whole new baseline economy right there. They're going to start shutting down fossil fuel power generation. So, a few of these wind farms to the south of us are, above one, I don't know if it's gigabyte or gigawatt or what it is, but, hundreds and hundreds of wind turbines. At that rate, you can shut down a gas-fired power plant, 600, 700 megawatt power plant. Some of these oil or coal-fired ones that only run when there's a draw, you can eliminate them right off the bat. And it's just the amount of jobs that are going to come to facilitate such a large infrastructure change is going to be amazing.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here, sir. Next is Rebecca Newberry.
Hello, thank you, Chair Hickman and members of the committee. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great, fantastic. So my name is Rebecca Newberry, the Northeast Program Manager of the Blue Green Alliance. We're a partnership of labor unions and environmental organizations, both nationally and throughout the state of Maine. On behalf of my organization, our partners, and the millions of members and supporters they represent, I want to thank you for convening this hearing on LD 1231, which we support. Developing a responsible and equitable approach for renewable energy projects will create great potential to create jobs while moving us towards the clean energy future needed to combat climate change. Developing any new industry is never perfect and comes with challenges that must be collaboratively addressed. This bill will enable the state of Maine to help develop a robust, sustainable, and equitable industry that protects our valuable marine and coastal resources and maximizes job creation and economic benefit. Key components of this effort should address environmental protection, high quality employment and work product, and equity. In order to truly capture the benefits and potentials of these projects, it's critical that they are built by skilled workers who are paid family sustaining wages with project labor agreements in place and utilize Maine recognized apprenticeship programs. Project labor agreements provide comprehensive guidance and set mutual expectation for large projects. They are considered the gold standard of labor provisions by most building trades unions. There are tremendous local benefits to these agreements. Projects with PLAs in place attract and retain more skilled workers who do higher quality work and avoid delays and bid overruns, protect taxpayer money, and ensure better project outcome. An apprenticeship utilization standard requires a certain percentage of a project workforce to be enrolled in or have graduated from a certified apprenticeship program. Apprenticeship utilization can reduce the risk of cost overruns or substandard work due to poorly trained workers. Project labor agreements also open the door to domestic supply chain development. In the absence of a domestic supply chain or local content requirements, developers tend to source and import component parts. By requiring projects to be constructed by project labor agreements, developers will have more opportunity to utilize components from deeper in the domestic supply chain for their projects. Strengthening the requirement for domestic supply chain procurement will also leverage the job creation potential of renewable projects. The renewable industry is an opportunity to grow Maine jobs. Economic welfare is linked to the preservation and development of domestic manufacturing. The Special Initiative for Offshore Wind's recent white paper predicted that almost $70 billion build out of US offshore wind supply chain by calculating the growth foundations, upland export, array cables, onshore and offshore substations, marine support, insurance, and project management. And that's just one example of the industry. Renewable energy projects have the potential to drive economic investment and revitalization. And so we support this legislation in order for Maine to take full advantage of this emerging opportunity. Thank you again for convening this hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Newberry. Representative Bradstreet has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. Could you talk a little bit more about the domestic supply chain procurement?
Sure.
You know, global climate change is global. And, you know, I found that it's my background, my work that I've done, that sometimes you have to go for the lowest price in order to get as many projects completed as possible. And they're not always available domestically. So could you comment on that, please?
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, I think this is one of the things when we're talking about developing any new industry, it's never perfect, right? And it comes with challenges. And so my understanding of you know, as we're building out this industry is to your point, right? There are domestic suppliers that can provide, you know, aspects of both large scale or utility scale solar arrays and onshore and offshore wind. However, due to the new industry to our country, it's exactly that. It's a new industry. And so we're really looking for opportunities that can assist with the development of onshoring the supply chain. And so, for example, on the offshore side of things, you know, exploring opportunities for regional manufacturers to do, you know, retooling some of their current facilities to potentially make the turbines, to make the cables, to make some of the smaller component parts, while we don't have right now currently, you know, the level of steel manufacturing and iron manufacturing. However, if we start with component parts, we can build up the supply chain at the same time that we're building up the demand of these projects. And so, so that's one of the things I think we're looking at this bill, is because while it doesn't solve all of the things, right, it is a piece that needs to be in place, and these policies need to be in place to start the foundation to build those supply chains out.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So in the interim, if we're have a concerted effort to maybe perhaps wait on things until we develop the particular businesses and materials we need, will that not delay the implementation of these green energy sources and actually combat what we're trying to solve here?
If we don't have the demand for the supply chain will not be created. So moving forward with projects, but at the same time requiring developers to incentivize, look at look at their needs and material needs, and start sourcing the things they can source right now, because some of those things can be sourced right now. And in my conversations with some of the developers further down the coast, with projects that are further along, they're already looking at this, right? They're looking at, where are we getting the coating for wires? Where are we getting some of our cables? Where are we getting, because we can actually start doing those things now. And in the meantime, that demand then draws further down the road in the domestic supply chain. For example, in New York, there was just a budget bill passed this week, actually, that encouraged developers of all renewable projects to at least state a percentage of domestic supply chain in both large scale renewable solar and also in offshore wind. And so while it's not a mandatory requirement that they have to purchase these things domestically, it at least encourages, if they are there, they should, right? And so it's these types of policies that need to be in place. But I would say that all starts with what the bill you have running on your desk right now: PLAs, prevailing wage, and ensuring that these hires are made in an equitable fashion.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Newberry from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today and the information you bring. Next, we have, you're welcome, Kilton Webb. You are on mute, sir. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Kilton Webb, and I'm a third-year apprentice of the IBEW Local 567. I testified to support LD 1231. It was midsummer in 2018. I'd just gotten home from my general maintenance job at a local summer camp, when my dad eagerly rushed me. "Kilt, you got to come talk to the neighbors. Their grandson's up from Florida and is talking about how he's an apprentice for the IBEW." He knew that I'd been looking to get into a skilled trade, but didn't know the best way to start. I went over and I talked to him. I knew this was the answer. The next day, I went and I applied to join the apprenticeship for that fall's new year. I quickly realized how much I enjoyed the classes, the hands-on style, and the real-world applications that we were learning from class to class. One thing was still missing. I hadn't begun working yet. Thankfully, that all changed when I got a phone call from my training director, Al Shepard, asking if I was ready and willing to work. He had an excellent job for me down in Kennebunk. The town had commissioned the construction of a massive 4-megawatt solar field. I will always cherish the memory that was the solar project. It was not only my first project that I ever worked on, but it was also a project I could believe in. When you can believe in your work, it's easier to execute your work. That's why I'm in support of LD 1231. I want to help ensure that we continue to fund green jobs like the Kennebunk solar field and train Maine's skilled labor. LD 1231 paints a vision of the future where these aspirations can be met hand in hand. I hope you will support LD 1231, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Webb. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Mr. Webb, for your testimony, which is very compelling. I'm curious, when you're out in the job site and working with your colleagues, how often does the subject of being fulfilled and motivated by what you're actually doing on these kinds of projects, how often does that come up? And is that something that you all discuss?
I mean, I'm going to be honest, a lot of Monday mornings it comes up. You know, I've been over at, speaking of fulfilling jobs, I'm currently working at Abbott Labs, where we've been creating the test kits. And that's just been another fantastic job. Just really feeling like I've been involved with the crisis that we're going through. And, you know, it's one of the things that's made it easy to wake me up and get me from Auburn all the way down to Portland the past 8 months to work on that job. So it's fantastic when you can believe in what you're working in.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Webb from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here, sir. Next, we have Nick Paquette.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, guys. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Nick Paquette. I'm a married father of 4. I reside in Benton, Maine. I'm a licensed journeyman wireman, member of IBEW 1253, and I testify in support of LD 1231. We have an opportunity here before us that we seldom see in history, where we can change how we produce the energy that we need in our day-to-day needs, coupled with the advantage of creating a workforce for a new sector for generations to come. The opportunity to build it better, to build it back better for us Mainers, good jobs for Mainers, also while embracing the environment which we love around here, that we enjoy. We need to find opportunities for our sons and daughters to stay here instead of always reaching out or leaving the state. And we need to have opportunities to embrace more people to come into the state. Being an electrician, I had the opportunity to work across this nation, and just being from Maine is a statement on the work ethic that seems to be born with you here. I chose to come home and raise my family here. As I think of my children, the discussions that we have as they enter adulthood about careers, I have a hard time thinking that they can prosper here, to get what they deserve, to get what they're worth. Again, opportunities like this don't come often. Let us Mainers take advantage of this, not just for today, but for the next generations. And we can do this by supporting LD 1231. It's a hell of a good start. Support prevailing wages, support registered apprenticeship programs, support equity in hiring, and also encouraging project labor agreements. This is how we start the movement to go forward. It's bills like this. We can do this together. We shouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paquette. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next, we have Carrie from MPA. I will not try to pronounce the last name so as not to butcher it.
It's all right. Nobody knows how to say it. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. My name is Carrie Jaded. I'm an organizer for Maine People's Alliance, and today I have the privilege of speaking on behalf of MPA's 32,000 members. Like most MPA staff, I am also a member of Maine Service Employees Association, SEIU Local 1989. I'm here to testify in support of LD 1231. Maine People's Alliance is dedicated to providing Maine people with the tools, knowledge, skills, and opportunity to become involved in the decision-making processes that affect their lives. To this end, we see that LD 1231 would help Mainers develop the skills and tools to ensure that they are agents of their own survival. I work with community members every day who are excited to contribute when given a chance. Many of our members would benefit from the new training and job opportunities this bill would create. MPA works to build a multiracial social justice movement that centers the experience and voices of Mainers of color and involves people of all races working together to dismantle structural racism and its harmful impacts. We believe that working Mainers of all races, cultures, and genders want and deserve both a good living and a livable planet. This bill presents an opportunity to develop and celebrate a diverse, skilled workforce. Combating climate change benefits all Mainers, but we know that the adverse effects of a warming planet are not felt equitably among all people. The very forces that have created our climate crisis have worked for generations to marginalize Indigenous peoples and communities of color. Now we have an opportunity to mitigate climate change while also creating avenues for Mainers in these communities to thrive. I'm also speaking to you today as a mom who often wonders late at night whether it was kind to bring my children into a world that seems to burn hotter every year. But I also know that my white middle-class children stand a better chance than some of their classmates at winning a race to the top of the sinking ship. I don't much like that image. Neither should you. Let's do better for all of our children. I urge you to vote ought to pass on this bill. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. You broke up just as you were pronouncing your last name. So can you please do that for me?
It's Jaded. Thank you.
Jaded, thank you. Representative Drinkwater has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to our Committee of Labor. Do you believe that these project labor agreements that we're talking about should require a certain percentage of minority hires?
I can't speak to any particular percentages. I do feel that that seeking out and making sure that underrepresented communities are made aware of opportunities and given every opportunity to be part of such programs is really something that is incumbent on the state as part of addressing systemic inequities.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions? Representative Warren.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Coming off that point, I wanted to go a little bit further. Do you feel that that we're in a state currently where our workforce in these types of projects is reflective of the Maine population, and maybe that there's some set of dynamics that may exist where we are needing to correct for something to make our workforce representative of our population, rather maybe than the other way around. I hope that makes sense, but thank you very much for if you could speak more on this.
Sure. If I'm interpreting you correctly, I want to say, I will defer to those who are more on the ground in these sorts of in workplaces. My job is to organize people and listen to them and believe them as authorities in their own experience. And so when people are saying that, the workplace looks a lot like Scott Cuddy, I'm going to believe them. But also, I don't think there's really any harm in ensuring that communities that have been traditionally underserved economically and marginalized, that they have every opportunity to take part in workforce development programs.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Representative Warren has a follow-up.
Yes, thank you very much. When you say that there's no harm, is it possible that there is harm happening currently? That there those you mentioned historically, I think underserved, or I'm sorry, I forget the language you used.
Sure.
Yeah, is it possible that this bill corrects for harm currently ongoing in any way in your view?
Again, I hesitate to speak as an economist here, but I don't see how that couldn't be the case, frankly. I was thinking about all the categories of people who are crying out for opportunity, and that includes, some of my immigrant neighbors here in the Lewiston-Auburn area. That includes people who are in recovery from substance use who are looking for opportunities, and people who are looking for training and cannot afford to take on student debt. This all seems like, a great step toward addressing some of the systemic inequities that a lot of people are looking at and living with every day.
Thank you. Representative Bradstreet has a question.
Thank you. I asked a little while ago about older people being pushed out by younger people, and I'm wondering if in our efforts to make up for perhaps some inequities that have happened in the past, and we marginalize certain groups of people, workers. Are we not running the danger of older people such as myself being marginalized in our efforts to do this?
Well, some of those older people could run for office. And no, what I want to say is that I think there's a danger in seeing this as a zero-sum game. For most of my life, and I'm 44 years old, I've been hearing that we can either save the planet or we can have jobs. We can't do both. And my organization rejects that formulation. I think that the more we have a trained workforce, the more we could have for them to do. And there's only going to be more need for the kinds of projects that address the very great need of addressing climate change.
Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Jadid, for being here. You mentioned that part of your job is sort of that deep listening to the community around you. And we heard from Ambassador Dana earlier that transportation is a significant issue in regards to pursuing better employment and to sort of tackling climate change from the point of view of a worker. What examples of challenges have you heard of?
Yes, I could almost give a one-word answer there, except you've formulated your question differently this time. Yeah, there are a lot of folks I know who simply do not have reliable cars, or the bus does not go where they need it to go. And again, I'm in Lewiston. We do have a bus service. It has a lot of limitations. So I do think that is another part of addressing our economic challenges here in Maine, for sure.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we appreciate your time and for taking all these questions today. Be well. Next is Jason Shedlock.
Good morning.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Jason J. Shedlock, and I'm a regional organizer for the Laborers International Union of North America. I'm also a trustee and executive board member of both the Maine AFL-CIO and Southern Maine Labor Council and a resident of South Portland. I also serve on the Maine Apprenticeship Council as well as the State Workforce Board. I appear before you in support of LD 1231, an act concerning climate and community investment projects. Thank you to Representative Cuddy for his leadership in introducing this legislation. As we ensure a sustainable future for Maine's environment, so too should we ensure a sustainable future for our workforce. We do not do that by counting quantities of jobs, but by fostering quality of careers. That's what LD 1231 does, and that's why the Laborers Union supports this bill. To be clear, the women and men of my union work in every sector of the energy economy. As Maine addresses the challenges of climate change while also meeting our needs of today, laborers and our fellow building trades members offer a pathway to a middle-class life with fair wages, benefits, and an even shot to retire in dignity after an honest career. Policymakers, such as members of this committee, should do all they can to encourage these types of jobs, especially when public assistance through rebates, grants, loans, or any other government support is involved. LD 1231 is a common sense solution to ensure that those that develop these natural resources do so while helping develop what I'd argue is Maine's most valuable resource, our working families. Through registered apprenticeships so that we actually can have the skilled builders of Maine's future, and with prevailing wage requirements so we can actually compensate them fairly and keep Mainers working in Maine, we can be sure that our renewable energy projects are positioned for success. With a focus on traditionally underserved populations, we can ensure that our workforce looks less like, well, me, and more diverse in gender and race. And finally, but critically, with the preference-weighted system for renewable projects that emphasize project labor agreements, not only do the projects get completed on time and on budget, but the economic benefits also reach the workers that build them. The Laborers Union stands ready to meet Maine's energy needs of today and tomorrow. LD 1231 goes a long way in setting the rules of the game when it comes to workforce standards. I urge you to vote ought to pass, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Shedlock. Are there any questions? Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Shedlock, for being here. You said that LD 1231 fosters the quality of careers, and that's a priority. Is the priority of this bill the fostering of careers, or is it to fight global climate change?
I would argue that that's not an or, that it would be an and, sir.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. these PLAs, I've got some testimony from some other organizations that say these are pro-union agreements. Can you address that?
Well, I'm not surprised that you do. There's certainly a lot of misinformation out there about that. The fact of the matter is, Representative, that any company out there, both any main company and any company across the country for that matter, can come in and can bid and work under a project labor agreement. And they do. The statistics show very clearly that any company or any contractor or subcontractor can work under a project labor agreement. It basically sets the rules, pre-job rules of the game. They can come in and work under that job, and then they can move on and work under separate rules under the next job. So it happens all the time in places around the country, and it can happen in Maine as well.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Shedlock? Seeing none, thank you for being here today. Next up, we have Chuck Fraser.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Chuck Fraser. I live in Newburgh. I'm the business manager of IBW Local 1253. I'm here today to speak in support of LD 1231 and act concerning climate and community investment projects. This country is facing many issues right now, but I feel that one, that the climate change is an existential threat to the country and the world. I recently flew into Miami and I was taken aback by all the water I saw, which made me think, wow, it's not going to take much ocean rise and South Florida is going to be inhabitable. Saw a documentary recently about the islands over in the Indonesia area. 384 million people live in these islands. These islands are going underwater. These people are going to have to move if something's not done. And then we can look at Central America. 30 years from now, the average temperature down there is going to be 110 degrees if we don't do something. So we think we got a border issue now. So what can be done? As Tip O'Neill famously said, all politics are local. So LD 1231, though it may not help those other situations here in Maine, it can help us here as Governor Mills and President Biden commit to a zero carbon future, the transition to clean energy economy, which includes middle-class wages, training for workers, and safety. Getting the buy-in on clean energy is the people in the fossil fuel industry are scared that they're going to lose their middle-class jobs. 2019 Bureau of Labor Statistics show that in the fossil fuel power sector, the average wages are $70,310 to $81,460, which is solid middle-class wages with benefits. But wages in the renewable industry start to slide out of the middle class. Wind turbine technicians are making $52,910, and solar installer median wage, the median wage for a solar installer is $44,890. So this is where LD 1231 comes into play with these project labor agreements. They help elevate these jobs back up into the middle class, back up into the $70,000 to $80,000 range, where these people who are going to lose their jobs in the fossil fuel industry, that's what they're fearful of. So that's what the project labor agreements can do, is to help lift those jobs back up. And with the apprenticeships, I mean, that's a proven best way to grow a workforce. You learn, you live, you make your benefits, you learn your schooling at night, and you become a journey person. And through these apprenticeships, we can target women, community of color, Native Americans, and veterans. So another piece about this is it defines complete installation of solar work, because there's a lot of back and forth about that right now. This work is underwrite a laboratory listed electrical components, which require licensed electricians to do this work. So I'm wrapping this up. 1231.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Your time is up. If you could summarize your thoughts.
This helps renewable jobs, into the middle class, develop diverse workforce, and provide safety on projects. If I unorthodoxly could ask Representative Warren to ask me a question about women in 1253, I would like to address what we're doing here.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Representative Warren.
I just, thank you very much for your testimony. I just happened to have the question if you could speak more about the role of gender and women in the work that you're doing.
Well, I was earlier when Miss Clean spoke, third-year apprentice from 567, it pained me that she said that she doesn't see any other women. And I just want, you, Representative Warren, Representative Gear brought it up also, is 1253 is doing the wiring of the Farmington Solar currently. We have 6 women on that job site. We have 2 journeymen, 2 journey persons. One is a single mother of 3. The other was just a single woman. But the single mother of 3, she's providing for her family health insurance. We have 3 apprentices on that job. Probably one of them is about 400 hours away from being a journey person. And she has 3 children, single mother. You heard from Kim Tinsman earlier. That was very powerful. We have a young woman over there named Jessica, who is a single mother of 1. And then we have a woman that we're trying to get in, she's working with us over there. We're trying to get her into the apprenticeship, kind of like a pre-apprenticeship. So she's working, she's doing very well. Now it's a matter of us to get her into the, accept her into the apprenticeship. What we do is, I've been around a long time, Representative Warren. So I go back to the 80s. We would go to the career fairs. So you send the training director, you might send the organizer, white men. Why would a young woman, junior, senior in high school, why would they stop and talk to a couple of old white guys? So now we realize, no, we need to take the Kim Tinsmans, the Cheyenne Valenzuelas, the Christina Millikins. They need to be in there with us, standing beside us. So when these young women walk by, they see themselves and they stop and they start asking questions. And then we can hopefully, guide them towards, well, all we can do is offer them, tell them what we have, then they have to make the decisions. And it's the same with people of color. We have 3 men on that job that of color, and one of them's in the apprenticeship. The other 2 we're trying to transition into the apprenticeship. So we'll take these young men with us also, so people of color will see themselves. And so we're trying, Representative Warren. We're trying to change. Like I said, you got to see it. If you can be it, you got to see it. And so that's what we're doing. And we have currently have 6 apprentices out of 64 women, and we have, I don't know, 5 or 6 journey persons, and we actually have 2 women that are now retired. So we're trying our best. We want to reach out. It's 50% of the population that have been kind of excluded over the years from the building trades, and it's time that we bring that 50% in. It's time we reach out to, especially here in Maine, Native Americans are prevalent in this state. We do have a couple of Native Americans in our local. And so we're using those brothers to help us recruit from the Native American communities.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Ms.
Appreciate it.
Fraser. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. We will now move to Mr. Hallie Arnold. I'm sorry. There you are.
Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Hallie Arno, and I proudly come to you as a representative for Maine Youth for Climate Justice, a coalition of over 300 youth from across the state who are fighting for bold climate action and a just transition to a livable future in Maine. To power this transition, rapid and ambitious clean energy development will be key, and we cannot consider energy development without consideration of the workers who will build the infrastructure that will power our climate resilient and low emissions future. Bold action to mitigate, adapt, and prepare ourselves for this reality is crucial to our work as climate justice advocates. But the climate is not changing in a vacuum. We cannot pause progress in the economic and racial injustices that run through our society during climate transitions, especially as the climate changing stands to impact low income and people of color more than any other groups. Those who contributed least to the climate crisis may be affected most. We must address this directly, and LD 1231 provides the economic framework to do so. Massive amounts of renewable energy infrastructure is key to meet the needs of this moment, and these projects offer an unprecedented number of jobs for craftsmen, likely thousands. We must ensure that these jobs are high quality and advance equity in Maine. We cannot simply expect it. The legislature must act proactively to provide basic protections and support the workers that will power our state's economy through the rest of the 21st century. What makes a job high quality can be complicated, but high wages, skilled building, equitable distribution of opportunity, and expansive union representation possibilities clearly align with this goal. LD 1231's assurance of registered apprenticeships in these projects is key for young Mainers to work while learning trade skills applicable to long-term career pathways. Early opportunities to learn a craft are crucial for building a highly skilled and clean energy workforce in Maine, and ultimately a population of young workers excited to stay in the state to drive our renewable energy development. Equity is a central concern to our coalition support. The economic opportunities that accompany rapid renewable energy development must be distributed equitably. Requiring developers to prioritize disadvantaged communities and those who have barriers to employment is common sense reform and will help address the stark economic injustices currently facing these communities. Transitioning to a clean energy future in itself is not enough. The ends do not justify the means, and we must use the climate crisis as an opportunity to create a more just and equitable future. To do this, we need to protect the workers who build that future. As young people living in Maine, whose lives will be defined by climate change, we must approach this crisis through a hopeful lens, and using this climate transition as an opportunity to move forward and relieve existing inequities in our state to emerge on the other side as a more just society powers that hope. LD 1231 begins to answer that call for hope and codifies it into law. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I apologize for addressing you incorrectly. I got ahead of myself on the sheet. Are there any questions?
No worries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying about our future of clean energy. Does your definition of clean energy include hydro energy?
That's a really great question. Thank you for bringing that up. And I believe that hydro could be part of the solution, especially non-dam hydro. But I also recognize that more research is necessary to understand the ecological impacts and the potential methane off-gassing of dam hydro.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, but she broke up in my computer here for just a second. Did I hear you say that hydro is good as long as it's non-dam hydro?
I think framing renewable energy in terms of good and bad can be really difficult, but I do think that non-dam hydro could be part of the solution. And I recognize that there will be a lot of different pieces of the solution that we'll have to put together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Arno, for being here. You mentioned in your testimony that these kinds of good paying jobs that are related to green energy would be a key to keeping young people in the state, which is something that we're very, very interested in. I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more to that, please.
Yeah, thank you. So as a young person who has chosen to stay in Maine, something that I see with my peers a lot is people moving away for jobs. And I think the opportunity for good paying jobs will attract young people from out of state, but also retain young Mainers. So I think that's a really important part of this bill. So thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Arno at this time? Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you.
We will now move to testimony in opposition to LD 1231. And I will recognize Pete Spieg.
There we go.
We can hear you. We can see you. Welcome.
Apologies for the confusion.
No problem.
Good morning, Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester and representatives, members of the Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Pete Bigue. I'm a resident of Pittsfield, and I'm chairman of the Chimbro Companies, an employee-owned organization. Today, I'm here to speak on behalf of not only Chimbro, but it's men and women who are the owners of our company. I also represent and support the Associated Builders and Contractors of the state of Maine, the Associated General Contractors of the state of Maine, and the Maine Aggregate Association in opposition to LD 1231. Shortly after the governor announced her very aggressive climate decarbonization goal for the state to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045, she came to Pittsfield to announce that initiative at our 10 megawatt solar farm that we had developed here in Pittsfield. We applaud the governor and we applaud this legislative effort in setting this goal, which when accomplished will make Maine, I believe, a national leader in addressing climate change. Unfortunately, we believe that LD 1231 is counterproductive to achieving this goal. We agree Maine must continue developing renewable resources as means of energy production, including solar. However, this administration and the previous legislature placed major emphasis on solar incentives for businesses and homeowners. And as proposed, LD 1231 would require that any project receiving over $50,000 in subsidy would require a project labor agreement, a PLA, as it's termed. This requirement for a PLA would prevent the majority of Maine solar installation companies the opportunity to build and install solar projects. The unintentional consequences of LD 1231 will result in fewer solar array installations being constructed at higher prices due to disqualifying the majority of Maine workers from performing the jobs. LD 1231 puts Maine clean energy future at risk by imposing heavy costs on the development of necessary infrastructure. The requirement of a project labor agreement adds no value and eliminates open shop companies from competing for the work. All Maine contractors should have the right to bid these project opportunities and perform the work based on their respective operating philosophies, regardless if they are open shop or union. LD 1231 requires or incentivizes PLAs for government subsidized energy projects in Maine, which would do nothing to benefit the state of Maine and would harm local contractors and businesses.
Mr. Vig, unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes. I wonder if you could summarize your thoughts.
Yes, I believe that this effort would be significantly aggressive as it relates to its apprenticeship goal, and that it mandates for every craft the contractor employs, regardless of whether the craft is engaged in the project. While apprenticeship opportunities are growing, the mandate is discriminatory. And most of Maine's small construction companies that have chosen other training and educational programs other than apprenticeships to develop necessary skill sets. It's an overreach by government to dictate pathway for workers in private business to acquire skills.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you summarizing that. And I'm going to turn it over to Chair Hickman now I believe there's folks who have some questions for you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we do have a lot of questions for you, sir. First, Representative Geer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Vigu. My question has to do with the PLAs. We've heard from several folks testifying this morning that PLAs do not mandate union or non-union labor, but rather set a baseline expectation of the conditions of the project. You seem to be saying something different. I'm not clear.
We're very familiar with PLAs, and they've been utilized in a number of other states. We work in 40 states. they do set aside work for specific organizations that are unionized and challenge open shop companies such as ours from participating in the projects. And it happens in a number of places. And in many cases, it is subsidized not only by a specific project, but by a specific state to support union organizations. I might also add, in regard to education, this company in Pittsfield, Maine, has developed the Chinbro Institute, which is nationally recognized for its educational training program. And this company from Pittsfield, Maine, has also been identified in the United States as the healthiest and safest company in America by the College of Occupational Health and Medicine. And the whole point of this is a culture. This is the way we choose to operate that is not facilitated by an independent organization, but by the employees of this company who own the company, 100% of the company. And I believe that Maine should continue to strive to be ambitious as it relates to decarbonization and have significant goals, but it should include the interest of all the citizens of Maine in that process. And I don't believe that it does allow open shop companies and independent self-made companies to participate to the extent that they should.
Representative Rader has a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for being here, Mr. Vigil. Regarding Chinbro Institute, I myself have had the opportunity to come in and train some of your workers. I had a lovely time at your company and enjoyed my time there. Just a quick clarifying question. You said something about there being a lack of workers to do this work in the state. Am I correct in remembering that quote? And if you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
No, I didn't. If that's the way it was interpreted, I apologize and we'll clarify it further. And I need to go back because you've been to the Institute. And in the Institute, because of the lack of vocational programs in many of our high schools now, because some years ago, it was suggested that every young person should have a college education. That's why we created the Institute, to fill a gap that existed in the geographic area around central Maine. We pay high school students to come to classes, to understand what a job is like, to understand what it is like to show up on time and how they can benefit as individuals. Many of those young people don't necessarily always come to work for Chinbro, but it's part of our responsibility to society to include them in this effort because perhaps they didn't get it at school and they didn't get it at home and they need some guidance and some education. And the Marine, in addition to that, we educate and train skilled people at our facility in every craft imaginable, including leadership skills for future individuals that want to participate in a supervisory effort. We think that adds value to the society, to community, to our company. And I might state that a number of our people have gone on to work for other companies as well. However, it's gained us a tremendous amount of confidence. And there's a number of communities that have companies like ours in them, have developed our philosophy and also identified programs that they have developed and also shared with future employees or community members that need guidance and support.
Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Vigil, for being here. Chimbro certainly has a stellar reputation throughout the country. So the program, training programs that you have, you say you train a variety of different trades. So all the people who are in those particular trades, if they're required to, for instance, electrician, they have licenses, so that they're properly licensed. Is that correct?
Very much so. Very much so. And all of our people that are required to have licenses in every trade secure those licenses, and we comply 100% with the law.
And I guess it's your contention too that the enactment of this bill will drive up the cost of each project, and the end result would be probably fewer projects completed given a finite amount of money available.
Correct. And I'd also suggest, if anything, there should be collaboration in this state to develop the workforce in all the geographic areas of the state that are accessible, regardless of whether a company is open shop or whether a company is unionized. It's a challenge that we all face. We're all Americans and we're all Mainers. And why we have to separate and divide is beyond us. And I might also add that we complete a number of projects here in the state of Maine, and we use union subcontractors in many cases. Mr. Provost made a statement here earlier about ironworkers. His organization is working on one of our projects in Hamden, Maine today, as we speak, installing reinforcement steel. So we don't discriminate, and why we need or think we need to separate the workforce, make it unionized and have certain organizational responsibility, or open shop. We're all Mainers. There's a number of companies that are represented by different organizations, and I would suggest that it's unfair that LD 1231 be approved or passed as it's presented.
Am I correct in recalling that Chimbro has also been voted one of the best places to work in Maine?
Number one, on multiple occasions, and we've elected in recent years not to participate in that because we think there's some other fine companies, and it's inappropriate for us to just end up in that position all the time. It is wrong because there's a lot of great companies that should be recognized as well.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today, Mr. Vigu, representing 3 different groups, I believe. So I have a question for kind of all of the people that you're representing. Do you know of any private companies that are offering free job training programs that are open to all Mainers, including minorities?
Not at this time. There's a number of smaller companies in Maine that provide training and education that we know. A number of them are subcontractors. They don't discriminate. Their programs may not be as sophisticated or formal as ours, but certainly there's a number of open shop companies in the state that are making that endeavor. And I might also add that we share our curriculum and our training programs with anyone who asks.
Thank you very much. And thanks for that opportunity for so many Mainers.
Thank you.
Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vigu, I wondered if you were testifying on the amendment, the sponsor's amendment, or on the original bill, because the amendment, as I'm reading it, and I just went through to make sure, and it's been posted a couple of times in the chat here. I made sure that it was posted again. Does not, you had mentioned that it required PLAs, that it seemed to imply that it required that you be union, and the sponsor's amendment does not do any of those things. It mentions PLAs as one factor amongst many. So I just wanted to make sure that we were talking about the amendment and if you'd had a chance to see it.
Well, there's a 30% bidding incentive in that program, if I'm not mistaken, in a differential for only those willing to sign a PLA. That does not create a level playing field. And I believe that a bill or any creation of legislation should represent all of the people of the state of Maine, all of the companies of the state of Maine. And again, go ahead.
So are you saying, Mr. Biggie, that no non-union company would ever sign a PLA, or, in your work around the country, that no non-union companies never sign PLAs?
Well, we never have signed a project labor agreement. We're an open shop company, and we recognize that America is a free country, but at times you must know that certain projects are strictly reserved for union organizations. And if you're unwilling to sign a project labor agreement that suggests that you're going to use union labor and your people had to join an organization to work, absolutely not. This is America. And our philosophy is, pardon me?
Yep. No, I appreciate your answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have been just kind of processing the information. This is not an area that I have any expertise in, but thank you, Mr. Vigu, for the work that Chanbro does, around the state. It sounds like your company does a lot of great things. Do you pay on contracts and subcontracts the prevailing wage?
We pay a minimum of the prevailing wage, or we work outside of the prevailing wage to exceed it, to make a clear statement of who we are and that we treat our people appropriately.
And just to clarify, you say you pay the prevailing wage is the minimum that you pay. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely, at a minimum, but many cases we exceed it.
Okay, and so you would automatically qualify. I mean, if you're already paying the PLA wage, then you would see an issue with signing a PLA. If you're already paying, I'm just trying to understand the distinction you're making, because if you're already paying the prevailing wage, but then you're objecting to signing the PLA, what is the problem there if you're already abiding by the conditions anyway?
Well, one, you need to read the contract for a project labor agreement, and our employees choose not to be represented by a third party. They choose to be represented by the company that they work for. They feel that they don't need to be represented by a third party termed to be a union. And they own this company. And we're not the only open shop company that is owned by its people. And number one, when they work for this company, they do not have to pay dues. They receive the full amount of the pay with no exemptions, and receive that money. And perhaps it's a different philosophy, and I respect those who are unionized because we use union companies, subcontractors to work for us. We don't discriminate against them, and we don't expect that legislation would separate organized labor companies from open shop companies. We're one country, one America, and we have seen significant efforts on the part of organized labor in some of the geographic areas that we work. We work in 40 states, and the experience has not been positive, and at the same time, a tremendous challenge. And when we begin to separate.
Thank you, Mr. Vigu, for your answer to that question. We have a few more people who would like to ask you questions. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Vigu, thank you for hiring thousands of Mainers to work in these construction fields. Mr. Steve Perry from Sargent, I don't know if he's testifying here today, but he basically says, let the free market decide the winners of project and allow Mainers a fair chance. My question to you is, the amendment has four main parts. I want to hit one part. It says that we should be hiring minorities. Now, in your practice, for all the 50 plus years you've been in this business, do you hire based upon status, minority, color, or do you hire upon qualifications?
We hire on qualifications, and we do not discriminate in any way. If anyone in this company discriminates against any individual that you just identified, then they're not employed here for very long. I'm personally very sensitive to that. Our policies are very sensitive to that. Whether it's a female or a male or a person of color, it's unacceptable in our company and in this society today. And we have zero tolerance for any type of discrimination whatsoever. And,
Sir, I want to thank you for that, because that's a very important thing. We seem to be disenfranchising and breaking up into facets of different minorities, and that's not where we want to go as Mainers. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Vigil from the committee? Seeing none. Next, we have Dana Duran. And while we wait for Mr. Duran to come into the room, Representative Pebberworth, would you like to introduce yourself? Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sarah Pebberworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula.
Thank you. Mr. Duran, welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Dana Duran, and I'm the Executive Director of a trade association in Augusta, Maine called the Professional Logging Contractors of Maine. We're the voice of Maine's loggers and truckers in the state. Our members specifically employ about 2,500 people, but logging in general in the state of Maine is responsible for $620 million to the state economy each year. The creation of 3,900 direct jobs and another 5,400 indirect jobs. I've provided my written testimony today, so I'm going to summarize because I know you've been at this for over 2 hours and you've got a long way to go and a lot of bills. So I'm going to try to save some time for you. I'm going to effectively focus on 6 different points. So obviously I'm here to testify in opposition to the bill. We respect Representative Cuddy's intent. But we don't believe that this is going to help motivate investors to build new renewable projects in Maine. And I'm going to come back to that in a moment. As folks are aware, the forest products industry was gutted over the last decade. In 2011, there were 38,000 jobs in the forest products industry. By 2016, there were only 33,000 jobs, and we've lost about $1 billion worth of investment. I'm going to focus on the renewable energy part of forest products. So as it relates to wood for energy production, which is in the RPS as considered a renewable fuel, in 2010, 3.7 million tons of wood for the energy market was produced from Maine's timber harvests, representing 25% of all timber volumes. By 2016, the harvest had shrunk to 2.5 million tons. And today it is now down to an all-time low of 1.5 million tons. We've seen 5 biomass energy facilities close in the last 3 years. These markets did not go away because the cost of labor was too low or because contractors and their employees forced markets to leave. These markets went away because energy is a competitive marketplace where cost matters. However, from our perspective, if this bill becomes law, it will effectively kill new projects before they get off the drawing board. I'm going to focus on the RPS reform bill that was signed by Governor Mills in 2019 because I was on the working group that started its work in 2018 to produce that legislation and then move it forward to fruition. What guided our practice on that work was price. We've heard over the last decade that renewable energy is too expensive. So we work from the perspective of creating a platform of motivating development, motivating investment, and it had to be based upon a competitive pricing model. We don't believe if this bill moves forward that that is going to continue. It is going to drive up the cost of projects, and it is simply going to slow down and potentially end the investment that we have seen in the state. And lastly, I'm going to touch on a renewable chemicals bill that went into effect last year that the
Mr.
governor
Duran,
signed. Yes. Yep.
Unfortunately, that is the end of your time. Perhaps someone will ask you about that last point.
Okay. Can I summarize, Representative Sylvester?
You may.
You can summarize your thoughts. Yep.
Thank you very much. So I'm just going to say, lastly, why we're invested in this bill. We want to see new markets for wood. We don't want to see fewer, and the fewer markets that we have are the fewer jobs in rural Maine. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Senator Garin has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Mr. Duran. I would like to have you finish your thought on the initiative you were just going to speak on.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Garin. So in 2020, the governor signed a renewable chemical tax credit bill. And in that bill was a requirement on unemployment that many of us did not feel should have been added. It was added at the 11th hour. That renewable chemicals tax credit bill provides Maine with the most aggressive renewable chemicals tax credit in the country. Since that bill went into effect, there has been zero investment. And from our perspective, there's zero investment because government stipulations on investors is effectively what kills projects. And unfortunately, we went forward with that bill with good intentions, but it was changed at the 11th hour. And now we're seeing no investment as a result. And I caution you, if you basically change the rules of the game after the game has already started, the game will not continue. And I can't emphasize that enough.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Duran? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Next is Danny Piper. Welcome, Mr. Piper.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Representative Hickman and, Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester and the committees and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Danny Piper. I am one of the co-owners of Sundog Solar, located in Searsport, Maine. We're a family-owned business. My father, Chuck, and I started our business back in 2009, and we provide renewable energy products and photovoltaic installations to our customers throughout Maine, primarily within a 2-hour radius of the Searsport area. Over the past 11 years, we've stayed small, but we have grown into a 30-employee company with a mission to deliver megawatts of high-quality solar electricity to our residential and commercial customers. Our smart and dedicated employees are committed to contributing to Maine's clean energy transition. They are present and respectful of the opportunity to be gainfully employed long-term in Maine in the solar industry in our small coastal town. Many of them have been trained from the ground up to perform gainfully for our company and all of the different departmental actions that are required throughout these project developments. Our dedicated sales and engineering staff care greatly about the quality and accuracy of our projects. As boots on the ground for over 10 years, developing, designing, and installing solar PV systems in Maine, we are strongly against this bill for several reasons, but we understand what is involved mechanically to assemble these systems. And we understand that driving a helical pile or a screw anchor foundation of a UL listed solar racking system is a task non-related to the electrical component of the solar PV system. We also recognize in our installation process that the solar racking system is always first to be installed. We understand through experience that the mechanical assembly of the racking system often provides equipment bonding pathways for safety grounding circuits of the PV system. This said, any listed racking system has a mechanical assembly process and installation manual. Through experience of utilizing many different racking systems over the years, the quality of mechanical bonding attachment points often take care of securely bonding the PV system by nature of how the mechanical assembly is performed. It leaves very little room for improper interpretation of the mechanical bonding assembly of the racking system. So I would like to just summarize here. I understand my time is about to be up. That we really strongly oppose the language that limits the photovoltaic installation to qualified and licensed electrical people only. There are many aspects of the photovoltaic installation that licensed electricians will not want to do and are not spending years getting their licenses to work on driving helical piles and screws and assembling mechanical racking systems. So we do feel that we support.
Sir, I gave you a little latitude there at the end to summarize your thoughts, but I'm sure there'll be questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Mr. Piper.
Thank you, Mr. Piper. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Bradstreet.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Piper, for being here. Did you want to elaborate a little bit more on, I think you were getting to the gist of your argument here.
I was, thank you. I kind of pulled it together quickly here this morning. So basically, I just wanted to point out that, we are really in support of training programs that train young people to become qualified in the field that we are working in. But we think it's very important that we don't limit renewable energy construction and growth, especially for the state, by limiting the people that can participate. And if we limit them to apprentice people that are following an apprentice pathway only, and limit the mechanical assembly of the photovoltaic system to electrically licensed people, it will limit the installation potential for the state of Maine. It will limit the job potential for the state of Maine. And the reality is as a business owner that employs 30 people, I can't find electricians that want to sign up here to work for my company to assemble racking systems. So it is critically important that we don't allow for this language to happen legislatively, because it is going to really constrain and limit the potential for renewable energy in the state of Maine. And so I just want to also say that, I think it's important that we kind of clarify technically where this problem really exists. I think that, language replacing starting under, section 2, electrical installations, page 4, installation of photovoltaic systems includes, but not limited to, the installation of supporting structures, such as frames, racks, rails, purlins, and any part of the supporting structure that has an Underwriter Laboratories LLC listing as a raceway or footing. So right there, that language should be eliminated. And really what we should put in place of that is installation of photovoltaic systems includes, but not limited to, the installation of photovoltaic source circuits, photovoltaic output circuit raceways and wiring, inverter DC utilization equipment raceways and wiring, inverter input and output circuit raceways and wiring.
Will you please defer for 1 second? I appreciate you presenting an amendment. I would prefer that you just submit your proposed amendment, if that is what you're doing, to the committee for work session. And if Representative Bradstreet has a follow-up, that would be great.
Yes, I do. And I guess, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess what you're saying, that there are other bona fide, respectable, qualified systems or means of training people other than what the proposed bill would require.
Well,
it's so restrictive that would exclude certain other types of training systems.
Well, I think there's a couple of things going on. I think that, yes, having training programs is one of the topics we're talking about, but I also think that first off, defining the photovoltaic system only to electrical licensed individuals is part of the problem, because there is such a huge portion of the installation that is mechanically focused. So that right there, and one of the big problems that we have in the state is that the ratios are 1-to-1. So for every journeyman and every master, you can have one non-licensed individual. So, if we have to have 40 people to install a racking system, it means that 20 of them are masters or or journeyman electricians. And the reality is that those people are going into years worth of training to become electricians, not mechanically assembling racking systems. So I'm not trying to dismiss the importance of that piece of the component of the system, especially because it does have, bonding qualities which play into the electrical circuit. But what I was trying to emphasize is that most of these manufacturers have mechanical assembly procedures that eliminate the interpretation of incorrectly bonding the metal racking system. So it's critically important that we create a space for people that really aren't as qualified as licensed electricians to be able to participate and work on these systems. And, I can go hire people right now off the street to help me tomorrow and train them in a week to be able to effectively put a racking system together. I can't do the same thing with electricians. And there is a clear distinction in the scope of work where mechanical and electrical come into play. Electrical comes into play in the wiring, not in the mechanical assembly.
Okay, I understand. I think we actually have some legislation proposed to take care of that one-on-one ratio you talked about a few minutes ago. So thank you.
Great. Thank you for listening to me.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Piper? Seeing none. Thank you for taking us.
One quick thing is I do have written testimony here I'd like to submit if I can. I just didn't have time this morning before the meeting. Is there an avenue for that?
Please submit that to the committee clerk via email. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Next up is Jackson Parker.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Jackson Parker. I'm Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Reed & Reed, a 93-year young construction company based in Woolwich, Maine. We're a 100% employee-owned company, and we support clean energy goals of the state of Maine, but I speak in opposition to LD 1231. There are 407 wind turbines located across 19 projects in Maine. The proud and skilled men and women of Reed & Reed built 378 of them. Chimbro built the other 29. Every one of these 19 wind projects in Maine, with a total value of over $2.3 billion, were built by Maine companies. Our subcontractors on these projects have included Sargent Corporation, Maine Drilling and Blasting, Underwood Electric, and dozens of other Maine companies. The first of these projects was in Mars Hill in 2006. Not a single one of our employees had any wind power experience, but we trained them. Yes, we trained them to build wind projects. Our workforce acquired these skills, and we were able to parlay this experience into building wind projects in New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, and right now in West Virginia. Through the outstanding skills, work ethic, and dedication of our workforce, we earned the chance to build project after project, 15 of them all in Maine. On these projects, our employees worked over 1.1 million hours safely and productively, 1.1 million hours. In 2016, Reed & Reed became 100% employee-owned. These same skilled employees who built those wind projects are now the owners of the premier wind power services company in New England. They achieved this high status by capitalizing on the training provided by our company, combined with their work ethic and their abilities. There was no state mandated apprenticeship program or PLA involved in any of their achievements, just an old line Maine company and its dedicated employees working together to become the best. I'm extremely proud of what we've accomplished. It's in our interest as an employer to have trained and skilled workers, and that's why we are an employer sponsor under the AGC Maine Apprenticeship Program, which is approved by the Maine Department of Labor. This program is designed to train workers in skills that fit our needs, not an overly broad government dictated program that does not. And now comes LD 1231, which seeks to use the machinery of government to displace our highly skilled and trained employee owners from an industry they helped create and impose bureaucratic requirements where none are needed. LD 1231 would impose new work rules and policies and force our employee owners to join unions under project labor agreements or be penalized by the PUC by up to 30% when competing for energy projects. Our company routinely participates in contracts where prevailing wages are required, but these projects are 100% funded by state and federal dollars. LD 1231 would impose these same contract requirements on projects where the state provided financial assist may be only a tiny fraction of the project costs unless we submit to a PLA. I hope that someone can explain to the hundreds of employee owners at Reed & Reed, Sargent Corporation, Maine Drilling and Blasting, Chinbro, and dozens of other Maine companies why they must now join unions, pay union dues, and shift value away from the companies that they now own or be penalized by the provisions of LD 1231. I thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for being here. My question is I'm going to repeat the question I'd asked before. I'm trying to reconcile these issues in my head. I keep hearing that a PLA is a requirement for unions. We have heard several people testify that that is not the case, but that merely you are signing an agreement to abide by the prevailing wage and the other base conditions. Can you explain? Just where's the difference or discrepancy in my understanding?
Sure, a couple of things I would say. One of the previous speakers, Pete Vigu, explained that there are open shop companies and union companies, and the two don't mix very well. But what I want to do is direct you to the amended legislation that's in front of us right now. And it says a weight of 30% must be given to benefits to the economy, which may include but are not limited to. And then it goes on to say companies who have entered into a project labor agreement with a labor organization to supply skilled craft workers and all the crafts needed for the project in the area. So it's a requirement that the people come through the union. That means if you are engaged in that, then you are a union company, and we're not.
And can I ask a follow-on question?
You may proceed.
In your projects, do you abide by the prevailing wage and those types of working conditions?
Sure. So a lot of our work is for the Maine DOT. We build bridges and highways and things like that. And those are all prevailing wage jobs. And most of those prevailing wages are either in line or below what we pay our employees already. And the work rules are consistent from Maine DOT projects to private sector projects for us.
Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but my question was about the 30%. I think he just answered that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for being here today. Next is Mr. Steve Perry.
Good afternoon. Hopefully you can. My name is Steve Perry. Thank you, Senator Hicks and Representative Sylvester, and the members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I'm a resident of Lincoln, here today as an employee owner of Sargent Corporation. I'm here also to testify in opposition of the bill. Sargent Corporation's 350 plus employees work in 7 states and are led by a field management team boasting over 1,000 hours of combined experience. The company was founded in 1926, nearly 100 years working here in Maine. In 2013, Sargent became 100% employee owned, a milestone for all of my fellow owners. For the sake of time, I'm going to skip over some of my testimony, which you folks all have, I believe, in front of you. I just want to catch the highlights and focus on some of the things that haven't been talked about. Sargent is invested in the safety and education of our employees. Our experience modification, which is the way that the workers' compensation insurance measures our safety, is 0.57. The average is 1.0, meaning that anything below the 1.0 is above the average or better than what the average is. Adopting a safety culture is more than being competitive. It knows your company values the health, the well-being of the entire team. One of our successes is the continued investment in Sargent Academy. Maine residents interested in heavy construction can attend our private academy, learn the trade with the classroom and hands-on instructions in the field. From the beginning, they are Sargent employees. Education and continuous learning don't end at the academy. We continue to build the skill sets provided every new hire, our safety and company's orientation. In the field, we conduct weekly safety inspections, and under a new initiative, our goal is to provide one safety inspector for every 7 employees. Sargent's safety record has been nationally recognized year after year compared to firms across the country. The language in the bill for changing solar racking installation is a significant issue, and as you've heard in prior testimonies. Placing this language in the bill also preempts agency rulemaking, with experts making decisions based on union, non-union conditions. Let the free market decide the winners of the projects and allow the main contractors a fair chance. Sargent Corporation believes in fair and open competition, union and non-union firms, and often do work together in delivering safe, high-quality construction projects. Since 2005, we've been working on renewable energy projects in Maine and have both working side by side. Right now, our projects are stalled or slowed because of the lack of qualifications of electricians. Adding new criteria for renewable projects is.
Mr. Perry?
Yeah.
I'm afraid that's your 3 minutes, and I was trying to answer a sponsor, so I didn't get to put the 30 seconds up in the window for you, and I apologize about that. But if you could summarize your thoughts, please.
Okay. Our entire team is invested in providing highest quality of service under the renewable energy market's safest conditions. We've worked with developers and policymakers to encourage continued growth here in Maine. Today, I'm asking this committee to allow employee owners to invest in providing cleaner climate for our kids and grandkids to enjoy. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Representative Bradstreet has one.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Perry. I see you have read the amendment then, and I'm asking, I guess, is it your take on the bill that the way your company is currently formulated, you would in effect be excluded from bidding on a lot of these jobs because of the specific requirements in there that you think your company already meets or exceeds?
The way I understand the bill, Representative, is that the developers would be penalized if they didn't sign the PLA. And of course, being an open shop company for over 100 years, we would not enter into a PLA. So they would have to seek our skill sets that we provide here in Maine out to an outside source. And one of the things I would emphasize is the fact that all of us pay attention to our electrical bills when they come in. And, you know, we've heard over the years, we've had 7 mills closed down. And every time we see another mill close, the answer is that we have too high of energy costs. So when we move forward and go into decarbonizing the state of Maine, we need to be sensitive to the fact that, yes, these are good paying jobs, but they also need to be competitive to the ratepayers who are going to flip the switch on every night when they go home.
Thank you.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Perry, I live over here in Milford. Stillwater Avenue is still in great shape, so thank you for reconstructing that road. I'd also like to point out that we have 3 major open shop contractors in front of us saying, you know, hold off on this bill. It's not going to help us in the state of Maine. You're saying let the free market decide. And then you also say right now projects are stalled or slowed because of the lack of qualified electricians. Could you hit upon those two things?
Yes, and we've been kind of dancing around it today. The number of projects that are being put forward because of the governor's initiative, we do not have enough electricians in the state of Maine. I think you've heard that a number of times. And for us to expand upon their requirements, i.e. installing racking systems, is just going to put much more of a burden on how many of these projects we can deliver. And if the requirement is to bring out-of-state electricians into Maine to these projects, we're going to be looking at a much higher wage rate because of the travel and the expense that they're going to experience to bring these projects to the finish line.
And Mr. Chair, if I just may have a quick follow-up.
As long as it's a question, sir.
It is. It's a question. Prevailing wage. Do you pay above and beyond prevailing wage?
Yes, and I'd like to, move on that. I've heard it several times this morning and this afternoon. Prevailing wage basically is a result of all the contracts in the state of Maine doing projects for DOT or federal funded projects. So they're basically collecting the wages that we pay and then they're bringing them back to us. And it's a collective process. All contractors file that. And so absolutely and I think Mr. Vigil touched on it, at a minimum, we're touching those wages and most often are way above those wage rates.
Thank you, Mr. Perry.
And I was a neighbor of yours 15 years ago in the great town of Milford.
Thank you, Mr. Perry, for your testimony and for being here. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Mr. Vaughn Woodruff is the last person signed up to testify against this bill.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and other distinguished members of the committee. It's good to see you on another Friday. My name is Vaughn Woodruff. I'm here on behalf of my fellow employee owners at Revision Energy to speak in opposition specifically to the proposed change in statutory language related to electrical installations that's on the bottom of page 3 in the bill. It's interesting to be in here. I've seen a bunch of my friends and allies on the other side of this bill talking about a lot of shared values that we have related to supporting workers, addressing climate change, economic justice, and addressing structural factors to increase diversity within our workforce. I can go over all, if we want to do it in the questions, I can go over all of the things that we are doing as Revision and we've done historically to support those values. And I think we all fall on the same side of the table on that. I think the big piece here, though, is the idea of the legislation and what it actually does in implementation. We agree. We've been involved in this discussion for roughly 2 years about the statutory language regarding the definition of electrical installations and that it does need further clarification. As written as a complete system, it could include building roads, structurally reinforcing roofs, drilling and blasting bedrock, erecting wind towers. So it's very vague, and I think that the Electricians Examining Board has struggled to figure out how to actually enforce that. But what's been proposed is significantly detrimental and has a number of unintended consequences. Some of these have been discussed, such as increasing pressure on an already strained workforce, disrupting workforce development for those who are actually entering the industry. One that hasn't been is how it would increase the vulnerability of solar businesses in rural Maine. We've been talking a lot about large commercial as the framework in the discussion today. We've heard great people talk about the power of the solar industry and what it's done for them. But this also would apply to residential projects. So, drilling holes in roofs would be considered electrical work and therefore would have a huge impact on companies that have a very small workforce pool to pull from in our more rural portions of the state. It would likely increase consolidation with our industry, which reduces consumer choice and affects workers, limit our industry's ability to provide employment opportunities for displaced workers and first-generation Mainers. I think that's been seen as an opportunity within our industry, but due to ratios which have been discussed earlier, and by including portions of our installations that aren't electrical work, it would really impact our ability to do so. It also favor out-of-state contractors, and fundamentally would undermine the economic development opportunities for Maine that are specifically drawn out in the state's economic development and climate plan. Additionally, because the Electricians Examining Board only oversees licensees, it puts companies that are trying to do the right thing here in the state of Maine at a disadvantage of out-of-state contractors over which that board doesn't have authority. So I'd welcome your questions and happy to discuss this further during the work session.
Thank you, Mr. Woodruff. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Woodruff, for being here again. Good to see you. So I guess the quick answer, the quick question, the passage of this bill, would that make your projects more expensive without seeing any appreciable difference in the end product by virtue of the fact you'd have to hire overqualified people for doing parts of the work?
It would do a number of things. I don't know that cost is necessarily our biggest driver. I think we have an apprenticeship program in-house at Revision, and we're trying to keep pace with a very fast-growing industry with a program that has been a significant investment by the company in our workers, and we are having a difficulty keeping pace with that. So what it would do, I mean, I think one of our biggest concerns is that from a workforce perspective, as Mr. Piper said, one of the easiest pieces for entry into our industry is in building racking, installing racking on roofing, et cetera. It basically eliminates a pathway for that. The other piece that it does is it forces electricians onto the roof. And that, we hear time and time again from labor, especially within our industry, because of that roofing perspective of what we do, the need to get off the roof because of the wear and tear on the body. I mean, I was actually on roofs on Monday and Tuesday, just getting acclimated with my new coworkers. And I will say that as a 46-year-old, I was reminded of muscles that no longer see much use anymore. And it does, it's wear and tear. And it's, I think the idea is to get people into those jobs early so that they can get the knowledge to be able to advance into more technically skilled jobs that really, takes full advantage of their value.
Representative Warren has a question.
Thank you. And thank you for your testimony. Speaking to the point that you made on, I guess, diversity initiatives in different ways, or trying to make a more equal or just a job sector in this area. Can you speak to those initiatives and how this law, if enacted, may be affected by them? Do you see that to be counter to it? I'm trying to understand if you could clarify what you think the consequence of this legislation might be in that way.
Certainly. Thank you, Representative Warren. I think it's really important to note that we've talked about anti-discrimination, but there are definitely structural barriers that companies need to actively be out doing things in order to address these. Revision Energy has done that. 43% of new hires in 2020 were women, minorities, veterans, and folks with disabilities. There is a group within Revision Electronica that has 56 members that are promoting women in the trades and making strong investments there. We have been working with first generation Americans and looking to expand that through the apprenticeship program that I'll be overseeing. And yes, it does. I mean, we have folks that come to us looking at how do we get these populations into the trades when they are unlicensed. And the piece is we would love to have them. In order for them to be supervised on work sites, there needs to be a certain set of ratios. The one place that doesn't exist is within the mechanical work. So when we're constructing mechanical framing that supports solar installations, and it should be noted that it's basically like in the last 6 years that equipment has actually been part of the bonding system. So there have been installations that have gone on for decades in which it hasn't been part of the bonding system. That does create an issue in which the actual implementation of this, which like I said earlier, I think has good intentions, actually undoes the things that we're trying to do.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Woodruff? Seeing none. Senator Mirmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Mr. Woodward. I guess maybe I didn't hear the answer. There were so many questions now, but if you need folks and they were on track to be an electrician in some form, couldn't you work with whoever's training them to allow them to do this under their license so you'd have a good supply? Or is the problem about supply of electricians coming from a bottleneck in the training programs or the lack of people who want to be electricians? Do you have any knowledge of this briefly? Thank you.
Yeah, certainly. There are a lot of factors as far, just touching on the electrician. We have an aging population. A lot of that has been discussed, and our ability to replenish that, especially, we're moving, if you look at the climate plan, the move towards electrification, we're talking about solar right now, but there's also electric vehicle transportation movements that are going to require a bunch of electricians. There's battery storage that's going to require a bunch of electricians. The ability for us to develop the workforce that is credentialed at the pace at which we're seeing expansion in our industry, it's very difficult to do, even with keeping the mechanical portion of the system as the mechanical portion of the system. And with your point about ratios, yes, we currently have workers across Maine as well as in New Hampshire and Massachusetts that are working towards their licensing and being supervised by electricians. And we still see significant challenges in being able to provide the workforce that the market is demanding.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Woodruff? Representative Warren, if it's a question only.
Sure. Thank you. And thank you for your testimony again. To pick up on that point, you've mentioned during your testimony about being in line with the Maine climate plans and what's in statute. So can I clarify, in your understanding, is this a problem of what the market allows or demands right now versus do we need to figure out a way to get people to be in these jobs to do this work because it needs to be done? Does that make sense? Like what's practical right now? It sounds like you're saying it's not, but it seems like that work does need to be done somehow. Or how do you see those two ideas?
So I'm understanding your question right now, is the solution one that would hurt in the short term but benefit in the long term? Is that kind of the idea? It's going to be an increasing issue. I mean, the amount, there was the climate council put together an electrification plan of what we need to do to meet the levels that Representative Cuddy outlined at the beginning of this hearing. It's exponential growth, and in the near term, it's problematic. I mean, just to give you a sense, I used to be the chair of the trade group for the state of Maine for the solar industry. I have had 3 to 4 companies in rural portions of the state right now that this proposal of limiting the portion of a system that can be done without electricians is putting their business model at risk. And I'm talking with them through that. The Electricians Examining Board is struggling with how to enforce these. And there is an issue. There's an issue of unlicensed contractors in the state of Maine coming and working on big projects that aren't licensed and moving around the state to try and avoid state electricians. This proposal doesn't address that issue. And it is an issue that does need to be addressed. And I agree with Representative Cuddy on the need for that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Woodruff. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I will close unless there are any attendees who wish to speak to testify on this bill who have not signed up. If you raise your virtual hand. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on LD 1231. And we are going to move forward to take another public hearing before we take a longer break. I just want to remind the committee that it is 12:50. We've heard one bill, we have 5 more to go. And what that means is the questions that we can ask have to be questions. They cannot be statements about whether a bill is good or bad. That's debating the bill. We can do that in work session. But the questions need to be clear and concise and devoid of any opening statements about anything, because we just don't have time for that today. So I'm going to ask the committee, if you cannot ask a direct or clarifying question, then please put your question in writing, and we will see if we can get it asked in a very clear and concise way moving forward. So with that, I will open the public hearing on LD 1101, an act to expand the 1998 Special Retirement Plan to include civilian employees who work for the Department of Public Safety Crime Lab and Computer Crimes Unit, presented by Senator Bill Diamond of Cumberland, but today will be presented by Chairman Mike Sylvester.
Thank you very much. And I just opened up Senator Diamond's remarks, and it says that he'll be speaking extemporaneously. So I will be speaking extemporaneously, as I'm fairly familiar with this bill. This bill 1101, it's like many of the bills that we have seen before, where a special group or a limited group is trying to get into the special plans in order to retire early. And we hear many different reasons why folks believe, that they are law enforcement, why they believe that the work that they do is stressful and often cases causes premature death. In most cases, affects their daily life because of the hardship of the work. And we hear these things in context. I would say that over the time that I've been in the legislature, I have never heard testimony like the bill of Senator Diamond's returning bill here this year, LD 1101, that has shattered my heart to the core in the way that I did in hearing the testimony on this bill.
Chairman Sylvester, would you please defer?
Yes.
It looks as though Senator Diamond is actually here to present his own bill, so I do appreciate you pinch hitting for him. He has not left the room. Senator Diamond, will you please present LD 1101 for the committee? And we apologize for the misunderstanding. I thought that you had left according to everything that I can see on my screen, but here we are. Senator Diamond.
Thank you.
I apologize, Senator. Mr. McCabe said you weren't going to be here, so I was trying to.
No,
be
that's
right
okay.
Thank you.
I've been intrigued by your last 3 hours, so yeah. So thank you very much, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. I appreciate so much the opportunity. This bill is so important, and Representative Sylvester, thank you for trying to get in there and pinch hit. You're doing a great job. But I will be brief. I know you've had a long morning. But I do want you to know how important this bill is. The bill allows civilian employees in the employ of the Department of Public Safety, mainly the Maine State Police Crime Lab and the Computer Crime Unit, to elect to participate in the 1998 Special Plan for the Maine Public Employees Retirement System. They are such unique people. I cannot speak specifically about the crime lab people, but I can tell you I've been involved since 2004 in the computer crime unit, the work that they do as a supporter when I first became the Senate Chair of Criminal Justice and learned about what these people do, these people who do the work of God. It's just fantastic. And the computer crime unit is a multi-jurisdictional police entity designed primarily to assist other law enforcement agencies and prosecutors with the prosecution of computer crimes. They started out as a white collar crime task force, but it became so obvious so quick that they had to transition into all the illegal activities involving the production, buying, selling, swapping of online child pornography. Child pornography, as you probably know, is a multi-billion-dollar worldwide industry, and it's growing every single year, primarily because of the availability of the technology we now have before us. And understand, please, and I know you do, that every child porn image involves an innocent child who is being sexually assaulted or otherwise sexually traumatized, and whose sole value, the sole value of this child is defined by the amount of money someone will pay to see that child being abused. Child pornography producers continually seek fresh faces, so our children are under constant risk. They never, ever give up. In Maine, the computer crime unit is the best defense against these predators and the people who work so hard as predators and perpetrators to invade the lives of these young kids. The computer crime unit employees, they're dedicated to finding and arresting those who support the industry as they purchase online images, thus providing the financial lifeblood of the child porn industry. By constantly perusing the well-known online child pornography sites, and with the help of ICAC, which is the Internet Crimes Against Children, and other law enforcement agencies, our own computer crime unit people, they work tirelessly to identify the buyers and users that build, and they build this world, these people who are building against our kids and working against our kids. The main computer crime professionals, they're focused and determined to do their jobs. In my opinion, the most important jobs in government. And as I say, I've been working with the computer crime unit since 2004 and have come away with some nightmares myself. And in terms of the more you learn about this, the more grieving it becomes. Speaking to one person who worked at that facility for as long as he could, his quote to me was, "Looking at the images of children and toddlers being sexually molested, raped, and seeing the suffering without being able to rescue them immediately is the toughest part of my job." You see, their job includes reviewing thousands of images of child pornography, of children being abused. And they have to review these so forensically they can gather the evidence they need to get to prosecute these perpetrators. Their work goes beyond description, as far as I can tell you. I can't get into the depth of how much they do and how long they do it. I'm surprised that they're able to work, many of them, for years. I think most of us would not take the job in the first place, but certainly the burnout is very, very, very quick. It's not on, they're also, they suffer the frustration of seeing all the evidence that they get to collect, but they're so understaffed with forensic analysts and with investigators. Oftentimes that evidence sits in an evidence closet 20 feet from an empty desk, and they sit there for sometimes 2 and 3 years. So it's a series. These people do the most difficult job, I think, in state government. They're dedicated, and if we can get them, they certainly deserve the conditions of the 1998 retirement if they so choose. And I would ask you to give that consideration, knowing again what these people do. And I again really appreciate the opportunity to share briefly with you how important at least the computer crime unit side is. And I fully support and believe the lab crime people as well. It's just that I know a lot about the computer crime side. So thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to present this bill.
Thank you, Senator Diamond. We apologize for the confusion. It's been a long meeting and a lot of messages are cross-firing, and so we missed you here, but I appreciate you being here. Sure. Are there any questions for the bill sponsor from the committee? Seeing none, happy Friday. Enjoy the day.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you, Mr. Chairman.
So we will have Brandy, followed by Kathy, followed by Eric, testifying in favor of LD 1101. Welcome, Brandy. Can you hear us? Wonderful. Welcome.
Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you and see you.
Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Committee on Labor and Housing, I want to thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Brandy Karen. I'm a member of the MSEA, and I'm a resident of the city of Augusta. I'm employed by the Maine State Police Crime Laboratory as a forensic DNA analyst, and I'm doing this on my own time. I'm speaking today in support of LD 1101. Not many people realize the impact of the duties that a forensic scientist has on the employees working in this field. It's an extremely stressful line of work. We face endless backlogs and experience extreme stress and suffer the cumulative effects of exposure to direct and vicarious traumas because of the things that we see, hear, smell, and experience through the course of our work. This can present significant emotional hazards for the people in this line of work. Special pension plans were designed for people who are employed in jobs that place them in various special risk classifications. This is a means to compensate employees for the lasting physical or mental damage incurred through the deserve this benefit.
That happens.
We've got a little bit of interference. I'm not exactly sure. Are all of the committee members muted? Yes, we are. Can you please continue with your testimony? There was just a bit of disturbance there.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Please continue with your testimony. We had some disturbance. I wanted to make sure that all of our members were muted so that we could hear you completely. Thank you.
Okay.
Please continue. Thank you.
I'm trying to think. Okay, there's no doubt that scientists and analysts in this field experience mental fatigue and burnout, which is brought on by high stress. They leave positions well before 25 years and before retirement age. There's definitely a retention issue. And the stakes are high. There's no room for errors in this line of work. Failing to find a blood stain, a semen stain, or a fingerprint could mean a guilty person goes free. A single honest mistake in lab work could taint the expert witness's credibility and perceivably end a career. Testifying as an expert witness in court is a huge responsibility. Myself and other female employees have had to testify while on maternity leave, even in unpaid status. I've had to return to work weeks early from maternity leave to prepare for upcoming trials. Very few people will ever come to endure the extreme stress and pressure of taking the stand in the adversarial arena of open court as an expert witness. Every case we work is someone's tragedy. A person or their property has been violated and the accused stands to lose their freedom. This is a heavy burden to bear and it takes a toll and eventually creeps into all areas of your life and it changes the way you look at the world. My work has had many impacts on my personal life. For example, moments of motherhood that should have been precious memories like my son's first bath were instead contaminated by the memory of a case involving an infant whose mother decided she'd had enough. She drugged him and drowned him in the tub. Changing my infant's diaper brought back memories and images from a binder that contained hundreds of images of child pornography, and that had been submitted to the lab so the individual pages could be examined for semen stains and fingerprints left behind from the person who created, assembled, and then used the binder. I spent hours examining the pages of this binder and found numerous semen stains on those pages. I think the dedicated men and women who work at the lab are exceptionally good at what they do because they care about their work, about the law enforcement agencies they serve, and the safety of the citizens of the state of Maine. The lab-based positions in the private sector pay much more, significantly more than what we earn in state government. Our existing retirement benefits are the same as what most other state employees receive, even though the expectations upon us and the emotional burdens we carry are much more in line with the expectations of the law enforcement officers with whom we work. Having already worked at the lab for over 20 years, I'm unsure if this bill would benefit me personally. But knowing what I know about how this job impacts a person's life, I feel compelled to support this bill.
Your 3 minutes
for future employees.
I forgot to give you the 30-second warning.
And I urge you to support this bill, and I welcome any questions you have.
Thank you, Ms. Karen, for your testimony and for your work. Are there any questions from the committee? Thank you very much for being here. Next, we have Kathy McMillan. Thank you for being here today. Can everyone please mute? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me fine?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. Sorry, Brandy's testimony is
Okay.
very upsetting. My name is Kathy McMillan, and this afternoon I am here on my own time to speak in favor of LD 1101. I currently reside in Augusta and work at the Crime Lab. I have 32 years of forensic experience. I have already retired from the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Canada after 12 years. At that time, I didn't see the small crack that was developing in my armor, but my 2-year-old daughter did. I was the first DNA analyst in all of Western Canada, and the pressure on me was immense. I had to be perfect. I had to be fast. The DNA results were critical, and my daughter just wanted to be held. We moved to the United States in 2001. We moved for many reasons, but one was so my husband could stay home with my daughter, Nicole. I went into forensics again. After a year or so, I opened a box and took inventory. It was a box of 15 items, and over the course of 12 years, I examined those items over and over. I performed hundreds of DNA tests. I gave testimony 5 or 6 times, and I knew that crack was getting bigger because I sought medical help. I had to wipe the image of the 12-year-old little girl out of my mind, her hands bound with a woolen scarf and sticks in her genital region. I did my very best for that case, but have cried many tears. A highly acclaimed defense lawyer, expert, called me the perfect example of contextual bias, and that hurt too. My reputation as a DNA expert could have been ruined, leaving me without career options. This is just one of hundreds of horrific cases I have worked on. During the 1980s in Canada, there was a popular campaign called Freedom 55. The concept was your career was a success, your financial future was secure, and it was time to be with family and friends. I am 57. My family has been fractured, my heart and soul tainted by the exposure to daily violence within and the never-ending amount of it. I cringe when people say, oh, you're CSI, that's so cool. No, it's not. I hope today you hear our stories and realize that forensic scientists are a critical element of any law enforcement agency and should be afforded the similar retirement structure. And I thank you for your time and welcome any questions.
Thank you, Ms. McMillan, for your testimony and for your service to the state and your work. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate hearing your story. It's difficult. Next, we have Eric Hyatt, followed by Keith Lagasse, followed by Victoria Brennan, and then Jeff McCabe. Mr. Hyatt.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Committee of Labor and Housing. My name is Eric Hyatt. I'm from Farmingdale, Maine. And I have worked for the people of the state of Maine for over 20 years in corrections, the Department of Transportation, and currently for the Office of Chief Medical Examiner as a medical examiner's assistant. I am here to lend my office's support to LD 1101 for this retirement, and also to ask that we be considered in an amendment to include our office. I work under the Maine Statute Title 22, Health and Welfare, Chapter 711, the Medical Examiners Act, Health and Welfare. We're a small office that serves the entire state. The office consists of 12 total positions, only 11 of which are filled. Last year, we took 3,453 calls reporting the deaths of citizens and visitors to the state of Maine. Some deaths, they're simple and straightforward, natural occurrences. Some are sad accidents or simply unexplained, and some will haunt us. In the autopsy room, we see and we touch the worst things that humans can do to one another. The loss of children that should never, ever be in our office. The cabinet of bones we have cleaned of people who have lost touch with humanity and disappeared only to become unidentified. I also have 139 still missing that we're trying to find. We've been exposed to hepatitis, HIV, tuberculosis, meningitis, and COVID-19. I have lost count of the number of people I have taken apart and put back together so that families can have closure. I don't want to remember the ones I can't put back together. Outside the autopsy room, our team receives the calls from hospitals, law enforcement, and other agencies and takes the report of death, asking the who, what, when, where, why, and how, and then records every single detail. Every detail. They receive, review, and record the scene photos of every crash, homicide, suicide, and co-sleeping death. They talk to the loved ones looking for answers, consoling, reassuring, and explaining processes, injuries, and their final moments. This is done while being exposed to the grief, anger, confusion, and heartbreak that loved ones are dealing with, all while maintaining a professional empathy. OCME staff are exposed to secondary or vicarious trauma and work hard to keep apathy from setting into our daily lives. There are many studies on the PTSD and depression for first responders and veterans and how that trauma of experience affects them. There is one study. The work-related trauma, alienation, and post-traumatic and depressive symptoms in medical examiners' employees. It was conducted by the St. John's University, and it concluded, the findings suggest that workplace stressors have a specific, identifiable effects on social cognitive processes that contribute to mental health risks, both primary and vicarious exposures we're associated with, and they develop negative cognitions. In other words, in choosing this oft ignored career, what we see and do have negative effects on our health and welfare. Every day, all day, our staff deals with death. It is a very stigmatized occupation. We do it with grace and compassion. We do it because it takes a unique type of person to handle this content over and over again. We do it in public service to the Maine, who need to know that in their worst moments, the state cares. Mr. Brian Youngst last year stated in his testimony on this bill, there's two types of people, ones that want to know all the macabre details of what I do, and ones that want to change the subject. Death is a natural part of life, yet one that no one wants to associate with until it's forced upon them. Health and welfare. LD 1101 would limit the time we are exposed to the trauma of death and directly impact our health and welfare for the better. It would give us hope for something after. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hyatt, and for your service. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next is Mr. Keith Lagasse.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, committee chairman, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak with you today in support of LD 1101. My name is Keith Lagasse. I'm a computer forensic analyst with the State of Maine Police Computer Crimes Unit. I've been with the unit for almost a year now. Before that, I moved back to Maine after serving 20 years in the United States Marine Corps. As a combat veteran, I've seen some pretty hard things in my life, and I've always been one to serve the general public to try to make the world a better place. So that's what kind of led me to computer forensics. But quickly, I found that television's portrayal of what computer forensics is, going out, catching murderers, serial killers, drug dealers, embezzlers, and making sure they're held accountable. That's really not the usual cases. Those are actually the cases that you tend to hope for because the reality is much worse. The majority of the cases we deal with are the sexual exploitation of minors. I've always spoken with candor and spoken the truth and spoke from the heart. So I'm just going to lay it out for you. We're talking about full-on rape and molestation of children. Children as young as a month or two into their teenage years that have known nothing but abuse. And you can tell that this is the case because you can see a progression with these children from the initial shock and horror and screams of it to fighting it and protesting it to the ultimate acceptance that this is the situation and the life that they are in. And that's just heartbreaking. I've seen a lot of bad things. I've seen horrors in humanity while deployed, but nothing really prepared me for this. It's very difficult because I've got 3 children of myself, ages 6 through 19, and it's hard to do this job without seeing these children through their eyes, voices, and personalities. Moreover, these tormented children are tortured by people that are supposed to protect them and safeguard them. And it affects you because it makes you very, very skeptical about people. No longer can you look at even your spouse, family members, friends in the same light. You're always having that air of caution with you, and you really never look at your kids the same without seeing the pain that children can endure. And the hardest part is knowing that you're powerless to do anything for these children. In Afghanistan, I helped with the medevac of a young Afghan boy who's had half his face taken off by his own people's roadside bomb. And this child's tears and cries would sequester at times, knowing that I was there to help him. The cries of these children, they don't have that. It's already happened. You can't help them. Well, type of person I am, I'm going to continue to do this job as long as I can to try to make it better for these kids, even though there's nothing I can do for them. It's for the future generations. And unfortunately, there's no way to look at a person and say, yeah, that's the pedophile. They look like you or I, and it makes you very, very skeptical of just the general population in general. People I should be able to trust, I can't. And that's a result of this job. Oftentimes, you're asked to find specific identifying marks, pieces of clothing, things like that. But the bad part of that situation is while you're scrutinizing this video, this photo, you're having to re-endure that rape of that child. And when we go into these cases, very rarely do we find 1 or 2 images or videos. The usual norm on it is there's hundreds, if not thousands, of images and videos that need to be gone through to ensure that we have proper forensics on this case.
Mr. Legassi?
Yes.
I apologize, sir. Your 3 minutes have been up for a bit, but if you could summarize your testimony, please.
That is pretty much it. I got through what I was intending to, and I just want to thank you for this opportunity. And I'm open for any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Legassi. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for being here today, and
welcome. Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir. And thank you for your service to our country as well.
Thank you.
It looks like Ms. Victoria Brennan is not here at this time, so we'll move to Mr. Jeff McCabe.
Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Jeff McCabe, Director of Politics and Legislation for Maine Service Employees Association. And first of all, thank you for listening today. I'm not necessarily sure it's helpful that these folks share their story, as I'm very concerned with just their general well-being and having to relive these experiences. In 2019, many of you heard testimony on this bill in the form of LD 1355, which was identical. Those of you present heard firsthand the unique skill set of these civilian employees at the Maine State Police Computer Crimes Lab Unit, as well as the Police Crime Lab Unit. Their testimony triggered emotions and traumas for these individuals that they had not shared with each other, their family, or their friends. 2 years later, that experience of speaking public about the work they do for the great state of Maine has left an impact. some of those folks were unable to be here today because of that. There's no other way to put it. The work these folks do is gruesome. It is work we all expect them to do every day. It's work that each of them does as the state legislature requires them to do it. While their work impacts all of us, this work is done on behalf of our great state. Much of this work is done to protect children. We are forever grateful to their public service, and now is the time to turn that into appreciation and respect for the work they do. LD 1101 is about setting things right for those folks who are unknown often and unseen as civilian workers. As you will hear and read in their testimony, they do much of the work of the same work that is done by sworn law enforcement officers, such as detectives and special agents. These civilian workers often must wear hazmat suits while doing their job, which includes collecting evidence at all hours, all days of the week, and nights, weekends, and weekdays as well. They've worked on homicide involving babies. They've listened to 911 calls, recorded the gargled breathing of beaten babies. They've spent countless hours watching and rewatching graphic videos of children being sexually and physically abused. Combining with any details that they can, or combing any of these details to be used for evidence in criminal cases. As multiple computer crimes unit analysts point out in their testimonies, the majority of these videos and images that they analyze involve sexual abuse for children under the age of 12, and many of them under the age of 5. Again, I want to alert the committee that for many reasons, you will not be hearing live testimony from as many impacted workers as those of you did who served on the committee in 2019. Upon speaking with these workers who testified before this committee previously, they shared significantly with this committee, and the lasting emotional impact of that sharing there was done in a manner publicly. Sharing those stories in a public format is never easy, but the burden of reliving those graphic and traumatic experiences that these workers have faced with the legislature cannot be understated.
Mr.
A number
McCabe,
of the
I just want to let you know that your 3 minutes have expired. If you could sum up, please.
Sure. Hearing these stories, trying to explain to these workers sort of what happened 2 years ago, after the committee had voted unanimously and this bill sat on the appropriations table, is probably one of the toughest things that I've had to do professionally. And I don't say that because I don't want anyone's pity for me personally. And I just want to say, I appreciated the bipartisan vote last session. I'm hoping that can be something that's, done again this session. And I will say, I see frequently many of you out in public, and that hearing from 2 years ago has haunted me. And there's times where I see Representative Morris, and that's the first thing I think of is that hearing. And for folks who know Representative Morris, if you bump into him out on the street, he's very friendly, outgoing, wants to see how you're doing. And I frequently reflect back to that hearing. So with that, I would like to ask that the committee pass this bill, and furthermore recommend to appropriations and the administration that this bill is funded through the supplemental budget. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe, for your testimony. Senator Guerin has a question.
I actually don't have a question. I have a suggestion with the permission of the chair.
We have one more person who's going to testify, and then I will take your suggestion. I think I know where you're going, but if we could just allow us to have the department wants to testify on this bill.
Okay.
Thank you. Does anyone have a question for Mr. McCabe? Seeing none, we will now move to testimony neither for nor against, and that would be from Kathy Morin from Maine Purse.
Good afternoon, everyone. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Housing, Labor and Housing. My name is Kathy Morin, and I'm the Manager of Actuarial and Legislative Affairs for the Maine Public Employees Retirement System. Maine PERS is neither for nor against LD 1101. We are here to provide any information that would be helpful to you as you consider this bill. Most state employees are covered by the regular plan, which requires 25 years of service and or attainment of normal retirement age of 60, 62, or 65. Special plans typically allow for retirement with fewer years of service and/or at a younger age. Because of the more favorable provisions of the special plans, they are more expensive to fund. Under the 1998 special plan, participants become eligible to retire in one of two ways: by accruing 25 years of service in a covered capacity, or by accruing 10 years under the 1998 special plan and attaining age 55. Under the first provision, all service in a covered capacity is counted towards meeting the 25-year requirement, while under the second provision, only service earned in a covered capacity after the date that a specific group is included in the plan is counted toward meeting the 10-year requirement. Benefits are calculated based upon the plan under which the service is earned. The result for those members with some service in a regular plan and some service in a regular plan, special plan, is a split age reduction, such that the regular plan service is reduced for early retirement prior to 60, 62, or 65, and the special plan service is reduced for early retirement only if retirement is prior to age 55. Members with all or a high percentage of their service under the 1998 special plan are more greatly advantaged by that plan. LD 1101 would expand the 1998 special plan to include certain Department of Public Safety employees employed on October 1, 2021, or hired thereafter. These employees have always been covered by the regular plan. This change would apply prospectively, effective October 1, 2021, and service earned prior to that date would remain regular plan service, and benefits would be subject to the split age reduction described above. This bill will have a fiscal impact because the ongoing employer normal cost of the members covered in a special plan is higher than the regular plan normal cost. We will work with the department and the Office of Fiscal and Program Review to estimate the costs associated with providing special plan coverage to this additional group of employees. Thank you for consideration of the testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and we will be available at your work session.
Thank you, Ms. Moran, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you, Ms. Moran, for being here. Are you, there was a fiscal note last year, and maybe I missed you mentioning it, but would you tell me what the fiscal note was for last year?
I believe the fiscal note last year was approximately $50,000 per year ongoing for the increased normal costs. This bill does not have the unfunded actuarial liability upfront payment required because it's putting this group of employees into the plan on a prospective only basis. It's not picking up their past service in the plan. If you were to go in that direction, of course, we'd have to do a calculation of a past liability cost.
Thank you. That is my memory as well. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Cuddy.
I was actually about to ask about the retroactive versus prospective, so that was the answer. Thank you very much, Ms. Moran. That was incredibly efficient.
Thank you.
Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Ms. Moran, for being here. I wonder if at the work session we could also have the fiscal note that would accompany adding Office of Chief Medical Examiner, as we heard in Eric Hyatt's testimony.
Sure, we'll get that information for you for the work session.
Are there any, Senator Garin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would wonder at the leave of the chair if I could make a suggestion.
May.
I would like to suggest that we finish up this work session and move directly, finish up this public hearing and move directly to work session with the intent of passing this bill. And I wondered if the committee would be interested in amending it to include the health and welfare people mentioned by Mr. Hyatt.
Senator Garin has made a suggestion, and before we as a committee take her up on that, if there are no other questions for Ms. Moran, I will officially close the public hearing on LD 1101. And now the committee has been asked the question, and we would need a motion to do Representative Cuddy.
I would make a motion that we move directly into work session on this bill.
Seconded.
Seconded to move directly into work session on LD 1101. By a show of hands only, will you please say if you agree with the motion? It is unanimous. I will open the work session on LD 1101. Senator Garin.
I would move ought to pass as amended with the language to include the health and welfare people.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded, moved by Senator Garin, seconded by Representative Drinkwater. Ought to pass as amended Is there any discussion on the motion? Senator Garin, do you want to make a comment on your motion? Your hand is still up. You good?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I would make a comment, and any people that are working in this field, certainly my heart goes out to you, and I thank you for your service in such a difficult field. God bless our poor children.
Representative Cuddy?
I was just going to suggest, I fully support the motion, but I was going to suggest that perhaps we could, as a committee, write a letter to appropriations. It's my understanding that this bill wound up somehow falling through the cracks when it was passed by this committee previously, and it was not funded. And that was how this bill died. If that's the case, I would very much like to send a letter to AFA and let them know that we support this bill strongly.
Thank you. The chairs can certainly consider doing that on behalf of the committee if the committee so moves. Senator Mearmont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you can't describe how this bill makes everyone feel to have to work in that. But coming back to our duties as a committee, if you amend it and you add more people and you don't have numbers for the Appropriations Committee to work with and from based on what you're recommending, it dooms even the beginnings of this to failure. So I'm just throwing that out by amending it and adding more people. And do we have the numbers of dollars that it will include by adding that other group? And is this, because of the testimony that's so specific to this group, does it make it need to be divided? Not that any group that's having to deal with the underbelly of our society needing these protections and the special program. So I don't want it to go to AFA and then be left on the table for a number that's somewhat astronomical. So maybe the MEPers can give that information if they have it for that group right offhand, since this is the work session.
This is the work session. Yes, thank you, Senator. This is the work session. We have our analyst here whose hand is raised, and I'm going to call on her now before we continue discussion on the motion. Ms. McCarthy-Reed, would you please?
Thank you, Senator Hickman. I just wanted to ask Senator Garin to clarify her amendment. My understanding was Mr. Hyatt was asking for coverage of employees in the Office of the Medical Examiner, and she described it differently, but I just wanted to make sure that that was what is intended. So,
Senator Garin?
I think Senator Mearmont had a very good point. And so I think I would like to have us kind of go back and look at maybe removing the amendment and doing a committee bill that would deal with that other section of people. And I believe Mr. Hyatt is still on the Zoom meeting. If he could clarify for our analyst how we would get that for the aimed more narrowly towards the correct people in that department.
Thank you, Senator Garin. And with that, I will call upon Mr. Eric Hyatt to turn on his mic, if not his camera or both, and help us clarify what you would like for us to include. Committee is just going to take a moment until Mr. Hyatt, can you hear me? I know that you're here. There might be a technical difficulty. Until you turn on your mic, Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you. I wish to finish my thoughts if I could.
Yes. Go ahead.
Hello. Sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Hyatt.
I honestly had stepped out of the room. It's been listening since this all started and haven't moved.
That's okay. For 1 second to Chairman Sylvester.
What was it you asked of me? I'm sorry.
No, I'd be happy to hear Mr. Hyatt first. That's fine.
Mr. Hyatt, the question is from Senator Garin. Senator Garin, will you please re-ask your question since Mr. Hyatt was not in the room?
Thank you, Mr. Hyatt, for your availability. I was wondering if you could work with our analyst to more narrowly tailor the language for the health and human service workers who would be part of your suggested inclusion for a possible committee bill.
It would affect the Office of Chief Medical Examiner. And I actually have the office administrator, Miss Lindsay Chasteen, standing right over my shoulder. If I could hand off to her. I'm the medical examiner assistant. I do what I do. She has a much better grasp of those things.
Okay, so what I would say is that what I'm looking for is a more narrow than just the Office of Medical Examiner.
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
I'm looking for direction in being able to more narrowly tailor a committee bill that could be worked with our analyst to include folks affected by this in the chief medical examiner's office, but not putting the entire office into that category.
Do you understand the question? And if so, can you just please introduce yourself to the committee and to anyone listening before answering? Thank you.
For whatever reason, we can't hear you.
I think you lost, yes, there's no sound. Try again.
It looks like you had maybe plugged in some headphones. If you hit the little caret beside the mute button, just make sure that you're pulling from the headphone microphones.
Now.
There you go.
Sorry about that. Lindsay Chasteen, Office of Chief Medical Examiner, Office Administrator. I do not fully understand the question. Are you looking for job titles or number of personnel?
Senator Garin?
I think it would be job titles and the number, because the number would determine the fiscal note, but a more narrowly tailored job description to hit just the people that would fall into the same category of daily work on a situation like that. Thank you.
Sure. So staff in the office, it would be 9, preferably 10 individuals, and that is planning and research associates 1 and 2, medical legal death investigators 1 and 2, medical examiner assistants, and the director of laboratory and mortuary services. That would leave the office administrator, myself, the deputy, and the chief out of that group.
Senator Garin, does that answer your question? And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any, there's no finer narrowing of that, because obviously those people don't deal with this kind of thing frequently, I would hope. It seems like that would be a more infrequent.
No, unfortunately not. All 12 staff in this office deal with every aspect of a death in Maine, from taking the call to processing scene photos to handling evidence. Every individual, from a planning and research associate 1 all the way up to the chief.
On a daily basis?
On a daily basis. We do it day in and day out. Our office is available 24/7 to the people of Maine.
I understand that you're working every day, but the child pornography aspect of it, or the child abuse aspect of it.
That would be the child deaths, which again, primarily, we've got our medical examiner assistants who are conducting the actual autopsies. We have our planning and research associates, 1, 2 medical legal death investigators who are processing law enforcement photos, testimonies,
SUDI forms, things like that regarding that child death.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I was saying, there's a lot of bills that you hear and you can't remember 3 weeks later, the particulars of the voices that you heard. This is a bill, the voices of which I hear often when I think late at night about what is good about government, what is bad about government, where government fails, where government succeeds. I would clearly list the fact that the state of Maine couldn't find $50,000 for these workers as one of the chief failures of my time as chair of this committee. I believe in my heart that the work that these folks do probably shouldn't be asked of any human being, that the sacrifices that they make are sacrifices of the content of their, for lack of a better term, their soul. And there is no amount of money that this state could pay them for the services that they render for us. And so I will say clearly that what is needed to pass this bill is our unanimous vote today, but also our unanimous lobbying with the AFA committee, with the chief executive's office, and with any of our colleagues who might have questions about what you've heard today. And so I would say that the technical question which has hung this up is not whether their jobs are horrific, because they are, but the question of whether they are law personnel is what has held this bill up until it died in the 129th due to adjournment. And so those are the questions that we need to bring to our colleagues. And I thank you all for moving this bill. It is one of my top priorities to get this bill funded. And I look forward to working with all of you to make sure that that happens. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion that we have before us is ought to pass as amended. It has been amended to include folks from the Office of Medical Examiner that were not initially a part of the original bill. Senator Guerin.
I believe I made that motion. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
That is correct, Senator.
So I'm not sure procedurally how to do this to back up, but I think Senator Miramont had a very good point on the price tag. So I think we should divide this and have the bill stand alone as it was presented, and then perhaps we could do a committee bill to deal with the medical examiner's office.
You can withdraw the motion and amend it, or just amend your motion.
I would like to amend my motion to ought to pass for the original bill.
So it will be ought to pass as amended regardless, because of the fiscal note that will be attached when that is finally drafted. So who seconded the motion? Representative Drinkwater, would you please amend your second?
Yes, I would, sir.
Thank you. So the motion we have before us is ought to pass as amended, the original bill with the fiscal note when that comes through. That is the motion before us. And based upon everything that we have heard from the people testifying and from Chairman Sylvester, we will work out a committee bill to include other people who deserve this protection. Okay. I will simply say, as a victim of sexual abuse as a 12-year-old, that the work that these people do is heroic, for lack of a better word. One must say yes to life and embrace it wherever it is found, and it is found in terrible places. And these are the terrible places where life can be found. And so my heart goes out to all of those who have to see this day in and day out, and the trauma that you must experience as you go home to deal with your families, and what you see in things is different than anyone else could possibly imagine. Even though you have told us your story, it's still hard to understand. So I will certainly support this motion. If there are any other comments before we take the vote from the committee, please say so. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this is my third year. First 2 years on education. It's my first time in labor. And all the hearings I've sat through and all the bills I voted on from somebody that believes in limited government, living within our means, this bill has probably hit me the hardest of my 3 years of experience. There's not enough that we can do to support these folks. I want to say God bless you. We need you. Keep up the good work. And this is unanimous that we need to support you folks. So thank you.
Are there any comments from the committee? If the committee is ready for the question, Ms. Thompson, will you please call the roll?
Senator Hickman.
Yay.
Hickman, yay. Senator Guerin.
Yay.
Guerin, yay. Senator Miramont.
Yay.
Miramont, yay. Representative Sylvester.
Yay.
Sylvester, yay. Representative Bradstreet.
Yes.
Bradstreet, yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Cuddy, yes. Representative Drinkwater.
Yay.
Drinkwater, yay. Representative Gear.
Yes.
Gear, yes. Representative Morris.
Yes.
Morris, yes. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Pebworth, yes. Representative Prescott.
Yes.
Prescott, yes. Representative Rader.
Yes.
Rader, yes. And Representative Warren.
Yes.
Warren, yes. That is unanimously ought to pass.
13 members voting in favor. It is unanimous. I will close the work session on LD 1101. And with that, we will take a break. I am aware that we had a bill sponsor who wanted to present a bill before 2, but that is just not going to be the case. So we will do our best to accommodate that bill sponsor in the ensuing hours of the day. We should take more than a 15-minute break so that people have an opportunity to get a bite to eat, and we'll come back as soon as we can.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I am prepared to present on behalf of both Senator Bailey and Senator Maxman, neither of whom are going to be here this afternoon. We will just check and make sure they're not in the room before I start talking.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is 1:47. We will return at 2:20. Thank you.
Yes, I am back, Senator Hickman.
Thank you. We will begin again here in the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing in 1 minute. We will wait for Chairman Sylvester so that he can present the next bill. For those who are listening in, we are going to do LD 1105, followed by LD 1103, followed by LD 1106, and finally LD 1233. There are not a lot of people signed up for any of these bills, but we do need to wait for Chairman Sylvester to arrive in a few minutes. So we'll be at ease. Thank you. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. Thank you all for your patience. We will open the public hearing on LD 1105, a resolve directing the Maine Public Employees Retirement System to convene a working group to investigate public pension options, sponsored by Senator Chloe Maxman of Lincoln, presented today by Chairman Sylvester of Portland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had number 1103 as next on the thing, so I've got that testimony up. So let me pull up the correct testimony. And of course, I closed it out. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Hickman, myself, and honorable members of the Labor and Housing Committee writes, my name is Chloe Maxman. I represent Senate District 13, which includes all of Lincoln County except for Dresden, plus Washington and Windsor, a total of 27 towns. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1105, resolve directing the Maine Public Employees Retirement System to convene a working group to investigate public pension options. I remember the exact day that I learned about the windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset. I was knocking doors in Whitefield in 2018 before I was ever elected and met an elderly couple who were struggling to make ends meet. They told me about the WEP GPO and asked if I could research the issue and provide some answers for them. I went home, sat down at my computer, and began a multi-year journey to learn about this program. I am sure that you are all aware of the travesty that is the WEP GPO, but to make sure that we are all on the same page, many folks in the private and public sector work in the private and public sector throughout their careers. They therefore pay into two types of retirement funds, a private pension and Social Security. Upon retirement, Social Security benefits are cut because the person is, quote, double dipping, unquote. This was passed by Congress in 1983 and has haunted retirees ever since. The WEP mostly impacts public workers, like teachers and other state employees, who often hold multiple jobs in their lifetimes. The GPO impacts their spouses. After that fateful day in 2018, I have regularly heard about the WEP GPO from my constituents. Many don't know that it's coming and are caught off guard in their retirement. To me, this is obviously a deeply unfair and unjust situation. Many advocate for a change at the federal level, as it costs a lot of money to fix this problem. But some states have already found a solution at the state level, making a federal fix more unlikely. The purpose of this bill is to put us on a path to fix this problem for Mainers on our own. LD 1105 reconvenes a working group that was created out of the 2011 biennial budget to figure out a way to fix the WEP GPO in Maine. The unions and employers worked hard to design a new retirement plan, but it did not work at the time. The Maine Public Employee Retirement System, Maine PERS, is retiring the use of UAL, unfunded actuarial liability, in the years ahead. In 2024, the UAL costs to the state begin to decline significantly. This opens the door to finally fixing the WEP GPO. We need to reconvene this stakeholder group now so that we are prepared to launch into action in 2024. There are advocates speaking after me who are much more well-versed in the intricacies of addressing this problem. I appreciate the committee's attention to this legislation, and I am happy to answer any questions. Signed, sincerely, Chloe Maxam.
Thank you, Chairman Sylvester, for presenting the bill on behalf of Senator Maxman. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we have three people signed up to testify in favor: Jeff McCabe, John Kaczynski, and Stephen Bailey, followed by William Lobenstein, who is going to testify against the bill, followed by Sandy Matheson, who will testify neither for nor against the bill. So with that, Mr. McCabe, welcome back.
Thank you, Chair Hickman. I believe you said my name. My audio cut out for a moment. So sometimes that transition of being onboarded is rather exciting while you're waiting and the wheels are spinning. But Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, my name is Jeff McCabe, and I work for the Maine Service Employees Association. We represent 13,000 public sector workers, publicly funded workers, and retirees. This is probably our number one issue for our retiree members and those typically approaching retirement as well. And we appreciate the bill sponsor for bringing this issue forward. This is an issue that comes up during discussions of a number of retirement issues. And this is something that I imagine a number of legislators have probably heard from constituents. And if you have not, the longer you serve in office, you'll begin to hear from public sector workers and teachers about this issue. And as you heard from the introduction of this bill, now is a very appropriate time to be having these conversations as we look to that 2024 mark of the UAL and the reduction of that each year. So we are really excited for this opportunity. This is something that we've been advocating for a number of years, both here on the state level, but also a fix in DC. This is something that there is currently several bills within the Congress right now to address this issue, both fully and even partially addressing this. And those are issues that we are supportive with our international as well as other allies. But despite all of that, these unfair federal laws still remain on the books. And as such, we support LD 1105 to find a way to help ensure retirement security for future retirees under a potential Social Security-based public employee pension system. And this is something that I also think will help ongoing recruitment and retention issues in the public sector. And you'll notice that in my testimony, it goes into a great deal of detail, but I'm not going to spend my entire 3 minutes talking to you this afternoon. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. Are there any questions from the committee? None. Moving right along.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Mr. John Kaczynski, you are next.
Hello, this is John Kaczynski here on behalf of the Maine Education Association to testify in support of LD 1105. I want to apologize. I'm at the vet's office right now with a sick dog, but I wanted to be here to testify, so I'm just sitting in their courtyard to be here. But LD 1105 is important for a number of reasons. First and foremost, in 2011, as you can see in my written testimony, the state budget included this work group to look at a new pension plan. And this is really important for a few reasons. First of all, the changes that were made to the 2011 to the pension have long-term consequences. And we've talked about that before in front of this committee. It included moving the retirement date to 65 years old. That means a teacher coming out at 22 or 23 years old from school is expected to teach 42 years. So the importance of this new pension plan is not only to address the GPO WEP issues that Jeff McCabe just raised, but also to deal with portability issues. We're going to need more teachers in our classrooms and more ed techs, and we're going to need folks to come from other industries in order to help make sure we have qualified teachers in our classrooms. This bill is a step in that direction. You may ask, John, do you really need a work group? Seriously? Yes, we do. A work group will help bring accountability, help bring everyone to the table, much like happened in 2011, that we came up with a pretty good proposal. The issue with the 2011 proposal that we want to build on here, and I know MEPERS has done work in the meantime on this, is that at the time, the legislature also capped their costs to 2%. And when you just look at the math, Social Security is 6.2% for employers and employees. Currently under MEPERS, teachers and ed techs pay 7.65, but the state is paying about 4% in normal retirement cost. So with any new plan that is based in Social Security, there will be more employer cost. And we are hoping to build a new plan that's portable and that addresses the needs of the workforce, but also is comparable to the current benefit that teachers in the state enjoy. Who knows, maybe we can even make it better. But we really appreciate the sponsor putting this bill in and hope the committee will vote all to pass, and I'll do my best to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Kaczynski. Are there any questions from the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kaczynski, welcome to the courtyard of the vets. It seems to me in looking at this is something that this committee thinks about often, is how to pay for things that with the unfunded liability, starting to ease in 24, that having a plan in place, we might have a funding mechanism in order to do this in a way that doesn't take out of the general fund. Am I reading that correctly?
You're spot on, sir. That's exactly the reason to do this now. There's been a lot of work done prior to 2011, but we know to build a comparable pension system than what we have now that's Social Security based will include significant resources in order to do that. The plan that was developed in 2011 fell short simply because of the fiscal restraints put on it by Appropriations Committee. If once the UAL ticks down, as it's going to start to do in 2024, and will be the pre-96 UAL will be retired by 2028. I included those figures in my testimony. The analysis provided by OPLA with those figures. Now is the time to get the band back together, so to speak, and really do the work of designing a new pension plan that everyone feels good about, that we can start, that we can bring back to this committee for implementation if all parties agree.
Thank you, sir.
I'm not sure looking at the bill if there's a report back to the committee. I'm sorry, as I said, I'm on my phone here, but I would hope that there was a report back to the committee and maybe a possibility for the committee to submit a bill next year if the work group comes back with something meaningful. Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Kaczynski. I'll be quick question. 2024, is that when some of the current debt is due to be retired?
The debt is, yep. MEPers will be speaking after me, and I always defer to them. I believe they're speaking after me. But as I understand it, the debt continues to crescendo until 2024 and then begins to descend. So the UAL payments will begin to descend in 2024, and the pre-1996 UAL will be paid off by 2028. And I would ask for MEPers just to confirm that, but that's my understanding, sir.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Kaczynski?
This is the hardest working committee in town. I'll tell you that right now.
Good luck, sir, with your K-9.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Mr. Stephen Bailey is next.
Good afternoon. Good to see you. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I'm Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in support of LD 1105. Some very important points have already been raised by Mr. McCabe as well as Mr. Kaczynski. We would like to add to that information this afternoon. Maine School Management was a part of the group that did work in 2011 to look at public pension options, including a hybrid based on Social Security and a supplemental plan. As you know, Maine is one of a dozen states or more that doesn't participate in Social Security for their state and public school employees. One of the important points that Mr. Kaczynski raised is the portability issue. And I think if that could be addressed during this, using this particular type of a plan, it would increase the opportunity to attract more employees into the education field, which is going to be extremely important over the next several years, if not decades. Under Social Security, the employee and employer rates would be 6.2% for each. Under the current state plan, the employee rate for state employees and teachers is 7.65%. The employer rate under the current plan is 4.4% for state workers and 4.16% for teachers. There are other options for alternative plans, many of which already have been explored. We assume past work would inform the new working group. And I would agree with the sponsor through Representative Sylvester's reading of the plan that now is the time to act and put this working group back together to be able to plan, for the immediate future, which isn't that far away. Our association has recommended members for such a working group in the past and would welcome doing so again if this bill moves forward. We would urge your unanimous support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bailey. So is it the intent to continue with something like a defined benefit program as opposed to a defined contribution? That's one of the goals.
That's something that I would have to explore further. I don't have that information for you, and perhaps that Maine PERS is one also that could explore that and provide detail for you.
Very good, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you very much.
Testimony in opposition to LD 1105 presented by William Lobenstein of the Maine Association of Retirees. Welcome, good afternoon.
Thank you. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, I thank you for the opportunity to address you. After hearing all the positive comments about the 1105, I feel like I'm back in the Attorney General's office where I worked for 20 years, always on the defense. So The Maine Retirees Association has roughly 14,000 members, all from who come from the various retirement plans offered by the state. And this study today is just one more request over the last over 10 years. There have been multiple requests for studies of a new pension system based on Social Security, and always the goal is to make the benefits comparable and to one mentioned portability. The fact of the matter is, all those previous studies came to the same conclusion. In order to offer comparable benefits, it's going to cost the state more. It's for this reason we think that maybe we don't really need to create the problem or create the situation again. If there's still interest in reviewing this issue, we can pull out those previous reports, see what they say, and whether we want to go forward. To create a whole new committee and start all over again, if that seems to be part of the idea, we're going to again incur expenses on the retirement fund, which is a concern of the Maine Retirees Association. Even though I feel like a voice in the wilderness here, nevertheless, our association is concerned about this another expenditure of money, which we feel is going to come out to the same conclusion that go to Social Security is going to be more expensive for employers, more expensive for employees. And therefore, we will urge the committee to vote ought not to pass. I thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you for your time. Chairman Sylvester has a question for you.
Welcome, Mr. Lobenstein. My question, I guess, is I'm trying to parse where your objection is. Are you objecting to fixing the problem, or are you objecting to studying the problem again, or something else, some other third option that I'm?
Objection is to spending more money on that again on this issue that we've continued. Apparently, I understand over the last 10 years, money has been spent. Does it seem with all the reports that are existing, can't we just use those when starting all over again? But my second concern, which is not in our pre-file testimony, is if the issue is the windfall elimination provision, this looks like overkill to solve one issue that we know we can't solve because only the federal government can.
I see. Thank you. Maybe we'll only use legislators. They don't pay us very much. We come on the cheap. Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Question, if you're familiar with some of those previous studies, do you recall if the year 2024 served as a backdrop to any of the planning that they might have made or the conclusions that they reached? Was that a significant factor?
I don't know the answer to your question. I have not reviewed this.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Lobenstein today? Seeing none, thank you for being here, voice in the wilderness. It's always fine. We will now turn to testimony neither for nor against from Sandy Matheson from Maine PERS.
Hi. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Sandy Matheson, and I'm the Executive Director for Maine PERS. Thank you and Representative Maximin for allowing Maine PERS to talk about the opportunity to convene a working group of stakeholders to develop new designs for Maine public employees based on participation in Social Security. Maine PERS has led two previous legislatively directed efforts on this topic. The first was in 2011, following the devastating impacts of the recession. And the second was in 2017 and 18, based on our years of studying pension designs and redesigning the participating local district consolidated retirement plan for Maine governments. Over the intervening years between these efforts, we have developed a thorough understanding and knowledge of pension plan design. This knowledge is grounded in designs that protect the retirement benefit earned by members at a predictable and stable cost for employers. Much of our understanding was gained from a 2-year process in which we, along with stakeholders, made changes to the PLD plan to protect Maine PERS' long-term ability to provide expected retirement benefits to members at a reasonable contribution cost for both employees and employers. Our design continues to be nationally acknowledged and has received recognition honors from 2 major actuarial associations. Redesigning a pension plan as called for in LD 1105 is an intensive effort requiring serious time commitment on the parts of MainePERS and the participating stakeholders. However, our second report on this subject that was submitted and prepared primarily by MainePERS provides substantial groundwork for going forward with this effort, and I have included that report for you. We welcome the opportunity to assist in designing a stable retirement plan attractive to both members and employers. Thank you for consideration of this testimony, and I'd be happy to answer your questions and can be available at your work session.
Thank you, Ms. Matheson. Representative Drinkwater has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been reviewing that report that came out in April of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't gone through the whole thing, of course, but it looks to me like there's a pathway in this study to get to where we want to be. The only thing we're lacking is a roadmap from perhaps you folks or a working group to say this is the way forward. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, it's a correct statement. And if you look through there, the way this was designed was to it's rare that we find that one size fits all. So the way that the report was designed was to provide different options for employers and employees that fit their life and lifestyle and is based in Social Security.
So perhaps for the work session, we need to discuss, we have a plan, we just need to implement it. Thank you.
Well, I'm sorry. I think it's way more complex than that, but a discussion of it. But I have found in my now vast experience of plan design, it takes a lot of work with stakeholders to where they're comfortable and want to go forward and bring something forward to you, which is key. If stakeholders aren't on board, it's not going to go anywhere.
Representative Cuddy.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you, Director Matheson, for being here. So would it make sense to, having heard the gentleman who testified in opposition, is that a way that you could see this sort of group being used? I'm sorry, that was a super vague way to put that. Could you see that as being a good use of this particular, if this were resolved or to pass and this group were to be created, having that group of stakeholders coming together to talk about that kind of an issue, is that something you could see as being valuable?
Yeah, what I would see as really valuable is kind of picking up where we left off. We put in we, along with stakeholders, have put in a lot of effort in this over the past, and picking up, starting from where we left off. It may not look exactly like what we submitted in 2018, but it's a very good place to start. And you just need to get stakeholders on the same page. And I do want to stress that this is extremely complex stuff. And so, most of it is getting people to understand all the mechanics of it and having stakeholders comfortable with it, having it cost effective, and having it provide a reliable benefit for members, all the things good employers want.
Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Ms. Matheson. Always great to see you on these issues. My analysis is going to be much simpler than your plan design. I guarantee that. Okay. It seems, it occurs to me in government that when money becomes available, sometimes people think of a lot of different uses for it. And so that would seem to be a really good reason to have a very solid and tight plan in order to transition money that's already being used for a purpose to be used for the same purpose, rather than to have that money earmarked 20 different ways. Would that make sense to you as well?
Oh, absolutely. I have been an advocate for quite some time of studying this issue as we move toward 2028. And I think I've also shared with you, in keeping this plan secure, We're looking at reducing the discount rate, and I can go into that in work session as to why that's so important, but I happen to agree with you on this. You know, we have a spending level that we've had for close to 30 years. Keeping that spending level stable and improving what we provide would be, in my opinion, a wise thing to do for employees. That's my personal opinion. I do agree with you.
And you know, you did actually explain all that to me. You explained it to me the first time I met you when we were talking about something else. So I know that this is a very passionate issue for you, and I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and nice to see you, Ms. Matheson. My question has to do with where the work was left off in 2018. Where do you see the big pieces that need to be picked up and carried forward? Is it stakeholder work? Is it some other aspect? And what would you see as the key next steps?
In its most simplest form, I would start right away with stakeholders, get them familiar with the design, make sure that they're comfortable with it, make any changes. And then there's the costing aspects of it. So then we do the costing, the implementation, work with the stakeholders, balance that until everyone's comfortable bringing forward a proposal that balances cost and benefit. But I would start with the design that we have and modify it from there.
And just a quick follow-on, Mr. Chair, if I may.
You may.
And how long would you project that would take, those steps?
That's so hard. I will say that when we redesigned the PLD plan, it took 2 years of solid work. Now the PLD plan, we mainly run at main PERS. You'll hear some bills, but we primarily administer that through an advisory committee and our board. And that's the local governments, which is why it's set up that way. We have done so much work and learned so much in trying to protect that plan that and in all the work that we've done on this at the 2 legislative requests, that I think it'd be shorter, but a lot of it just depends on stakeholder comfort. However, what you've heard is both employer and employee desire to find a solution. So I think that shortcuts it. So it would be an intensive effort over the next few months if we were to try and make the December. We could definitely get something in by December, but it's all about bringing all the stakeholders on board.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions? Ms. Matheson, could you convene this stakeholder group without a resolve?
I could. I mean, as long as stakeholders are willing, we can certainly do that and bring something forward. I don't need a resolve. It's always nice to have one so that you all are, we know you're interested in this too. But yeah, I can reconvene the stakeholder group, and as long as they're willing.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Matheson? Seeing none, unless there's someone in the waiting room who would like to testify on this bill, I don't see any hands raised. I will close the public hearing on LD 1105. And we will now move to opening the public hearing on LD 1103, an act to allow a 5-year open enrollment in the participating local district retirement program for certain law enforcement officers, firefighters, and other municipal employees, presented by Senator Donna Bailey of York. And who is going to present this bill today to us?
That would be I.
Okay, Representative Sylvester, you're on.
Thank you. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the Labor and Housing Committee, I'm Senator Donna Bailey, and I represent Hollis, Leamington, Old Orchard Beach, Saco, and part of Buxton. I'm here today as the sponsor of LD 1103, an act to allow a 5-year open enrollment in the participating local district retirement program for certain law enforcement officers, firefighters, and other municipal employees. LD 1103 would grant these municipal employees more than the current one-time option to opt into the participating local district retirement program through MEPERS. You have heard recently from Senator Baldacci with a similar bill that would grant this option to police officers, and an LD 1103 covers a wider range of municipal employees. Specifically, this bill would allow municipal employees to have 5 years to opt into the employee retirement system through annual open enrollment and a one-time option to opt in after their 5th work anniversary. This simple change to statute would provide peace of mind and appreciation for our municipal employees that work hard for our cities and towns every day. Currently, municipal employees only have one time to opt into their retirement program, and that is usually right at the beginning of their employment, when some may not be in a position to make that decision. LD 1103 would incentivize employees to stay longer at their jobs, knowing they can benefit from their retirement program, and giving them several options to take part in it would show the desire to invest in these employees' futures from the state. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee or the pinch hitter? Seeing none, we will now move to testimony in favor of LD 1103. We have 2 people signed up, Jack Clements, if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, sir, I apologize, and Leonard Blanchett. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester, as well as the rest of the members. I appreciate your time this afternoon, and thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jack Clements, and I'm currently the Chief of Police for the City of Saco. I'm in favor of this bill because I have a few employees that when they hired on with the City of Saco, and I'll give you one example. One of my employees, their significant other, was in the military, assigned to the Coast Guard. So when they first came here, they weren't sure, of course, because of their billet within the Coast Guard, how long they were going to be staying in Maine. But they fell in love with the state, they fell in love with the community, and they decided to stay. Unfortunately, because of the uncertainty when this employee hired on, they did not take the Maine PERS option. They opted to go with a different retirement plan. Now they're going to stay, and the only way that they can really get into Maine PERS is that employee would have to leave the Saco Police Department and then go to work at another police department to have the ability to sign up for Maine PERS. And I guess for me, I don't think that makes much sense. You know, we have an employee that's vested in our community, that's vested in the profession, does an excellent job here. It's one of my school resource officers. The kids love her, and I would hate to see her have to leave to go to work in another police department only because of the Maine PERS sticking point. That's all I had. I don't want to take 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chief. We appreciate that. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Clements, for being here. Appreciate your service too. I'm not sure if you can answer this or not, but I think the previous bill by Senator Baldacci, directed at the Bangor Police Department, perhaps open for others as well, was going to be fully funded by the individuals or maybe the previous retirement funds. Do you know if this is the same as that, or is this different? Or maybe somebody coming behind you would be able to answer that.
The conversation I had with Representative Bailey was simply the fact that, it was kind of a all or nothing when the person was hired on. So I'm not sure if that's the same thing with Bangor. What I'm simply looking for is allowing those employees that initially when they hire on, because of their situation or whatever, that they have the opportunity to get back into the Maine Public Employees Retirement System is what I'm looking for.
Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you, Chief Clements. Quick question, just to clarify on, build on Representative Bradstreet's question. Sorry, it's been a long day. You're looking for them to enter the Maine retirement system in their 3rd year as if it was the first day in the system, not to go back and get the 3 years of service that they already had, or you are looking for them to, if they come in year 3, to be able to go back and buy back that 3 years time? Or are you looking for the legislature to pay that 3 years time? So those are three questions.
Right. No, I would look at it like this. I think if somebody's allowed the opportunity to get into the main public employee retirement system, that they're coming in at day one. If they have money in a deferred compensation plan that they want to roll in, or that the state would allow them to roll into buy time, I certainly think that that would be a good thing. But I'm just looking for these folks to get the ability to come into the retirement system, because if they leave Saco Police Department or the city of Saco and they go to, say, the town of Scarborough, they're going to start from square one there.
Thank you. That's what I was hearing you saying. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. What are they currently enrolled in now?
So the city offers several other options. I think there's a 457, like a deferred compensation plan, or a 401k where the city matches their contribution. So they took that option because they weren't really sure whether we're going to be able to stay in Maine because of, again, like because of the military thing. And I know other communities have, young folks that, whether they're coming into the police department, the fire department, public works, they're 21 years old and they don't know what much of this stuff means. So they don't make the best decision when they're young.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Chief Clements from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your patience today, and always thank you for your service to your community.
Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you. It looks like Leonard Blanchett is not here, so we will move to testimony against, neither for nor against. First, we have Michael Colleran, followed by Ronnie Green. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Did you call on me? I was being elevated, so I couldn't hear.
It's fine. Yes, you are up, so.
Thank you. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Michael Colleran, and I'm Chief Deputy Executive Director and General Counsel for the Maine Public Employees Retirement System. Maine PERS is neither for nor against LD 1103. We are here to provide information and offer any assistance the committee might need regarding this bill. LD 1103 would allow all current participating local district employees who have elected not to join Maine PERS to change that election. So all these individuals have previously had an opportunity to elect to be in Maine PERS and have elected not to be in it. Going forward, the bill would allow similar changes of election during open enrollment periods every year during an employee's first 5 years of employment. Unfortunately, LD 1103 conflicts with federal law in allowing an employee to have more than one election to join Maine PERS. Under federal tax law and regulations, an employee may not have more than one opportunity to join an optional pension plan and have the employee's contributions not subject to federal taxation. The employee is allowed a one-time election at the time of first employment or eligibility. It would be possible under federal law to allow a change of election, but only if the employee contributions were paid with after-tax dollars. Currently, for all members of Maine PERS, employee payroll contributions are made with before-tax dollars. Using after-tax dollars would be more expensive to employees, and having a system where some employees pay contributions before tax and others pay contributions after tax would increase complexity and risk of errors. There also would be implementation costs for employers and Maine PERS to alter payroll systems. LD 1103 also may have a negative impact on plan funding because it would permit employees to join the plan later in their career, which generally would mean at a higher compensation and a lower probability of leaving before vesting or retirement. LD 1103 is directed at the participating local district retirement program, which is funded by participating municipalities and other local districts and their employees. The program is not funded by the state. In recognition of this, amendments to retirement benefit statutes do not become part of the PLD plan unless adopted through rulemaking based on a recommendation of the PLD Advisory Committee. This committee is established in statute, and its voting membership is evenly split between plan employers and employees. With respect to the questions of Representative Bradstreet and Sylvester, the bill as drafted does not provide for the awarding of any past service. Under the language of the bill, if it was enacted, employees who elected to join Maine PERS through one of these delayed elections would start to accrue service and pay contributions going forward. So there would be no rolling money in to purchase past service as was discussed with LD 711 previously. Thank you for your consideration of this testimony. I would be happy to answer your questions and will be available at your work session.
Thank you, Mr. Colleran. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Cuddy.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Colleran. I'm trying to understand this bill, and this may be a mistake on my part. I'm trying to understand it as regards, or by comparing it in my mind to the bill that Senator Baldacci brought forth, where you had mentioned the IRS issue, but it wasn't an issue in that case for certain members of the police and fire departments in Bangor, but it is here, and I can't mesh the two in my mind. Could you help me with that, I guess, is the question?
Sure, I hope so. The city of Bangor employees who are not in Maine PERS are in a 401A retirement plan that is qualified as a Social Security replacement plan. So it provides benefits and contributions equivalent to Maine PERS. Those employees are not in Social Security. That sort of plan is not common, and it's even less common to have that sort of plan that has the same employee contribution rate as Maine PERS, as the Maine PERS plan. And so LD 711 was able to be consistent with federal law because those employees would be moving from one plan into Maine PERS without a change in employee contribution rates. That is an unusual type of situation. Most of the people who complain about the one-time election and most of the people who would be impacted by LD 1103 do not have that sort of retirement plan that they're in currently. They're currently in Social Security. So they would remain in Social Security if they were allowed to elect into Maine PERS. And so that doesn't satisfy, or that doesn't eliminate the conflict with federal law because there's no comparable plan with the same contribution rate that they would be switching from into Maine PERS.
Thank you very much. That's complex, but I think you just explained it very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Colleran? From what you've heard today in the testimony, do you believe that the members of the Saco Police Department could benefit from whatever might happen with LD 711 that we heard the other day?
No, they. I looked up Saco's retirement plan while Captain Clements was testifying. They're in Social Security, so it's the situation that I described. The plans he mentioned, 437 plan, that's a supplemental plan, and many people in Maine PERS have that as well. But that is not a retirement plan, so they wouldn't be moving from the type of plan the city of Bangor has into Maine PERS.
Thank you for repeating that from my education. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Finally, Ronnie Green is here to testify, another friend or guest.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Ronnie Green, and I reside in the town of Plymouth. I'm currently a district vice president with the Professional Firefighters of Maine, representing well over 1,000 full-time career firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, inspectors, dispatchers, and mechanics all across the state of Maine who belong to the International Association of Firefighters. I'm here today to speak neither for nor against LD 1103. I'd like to thank Senator Bailey for sponsoring this bill and looking out for the police officers, firefighters, and other municipal workers. Some of what I say you might find familiar, as it closely mirrors some of the testimony I gave a week or so ago on Senator Baldacci's bill. Not too often, but periodically, I hear from a firefighter I represent that they made a choice when they were hired not to join MPERS. The reasons vary from, I didn't know what to do, I didn't plan on staying here, HR told me this was best for me, and so on. Now that they've realized they made the wrong choice, they want to know how to reverse it. And unfortunately, I have to tell them they are stuck unless they move on to a new employer. I think we all make decisions we regret from time to time, and I really believe in second chances. I think it is really sad that someone made a choice based on confusion and misinformation in that first few days of their career that they are stuck with for the remainder of their career. With that being said, I think it would be the right thing to do to allow these people a second chance. The reason I'm speaking neither for nor against is that I also feel that it's only fair to the retirement system and to all of its current members that these people, if given the opportunity, buy back all of their time and pay into the system everything that it will take to make up for them not contributing all along, or their time in the system start the day they sign up. For instance, and this kind of goes to Representative Sylvester's question, for instance, if a person had been employed for 3 years when they elect to join, they would have to work and contribute for another 25 years before they would be eligible to retire. They would be starting almost like a new employee at that point. You know, our friends and staff at MPERS have done an excellent job in making sure our retirement system runs without glitches and is financially stable well into the future. And I trust their sound judgment in guiding us through this legislation. Thank you for your time, and I'll try to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Are there any questions from the committee? I see no hands. And with that, thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you.
In the waiting room who wish to testify on this bill, going once, going twice, I will close the public hearing on LD 1103. We have two more very short bills to hear, and I don't see either bill sponsor in the waiting room at this time. So what we'll do while we wait for one of them or both of them to arrive is, if our analysts are ready to present language reviews for us, we can certainly spend time on that while we wait.
Senator Hickman, I sent you a chat. I believe Senator Guerin will be presenting the bill on behalf of.
That works.
Yeah.
That's correct.
In that case, I will open up the public hearing on LD 1106, an act to prohibit an employer from charging an employee for direct deposit for wages, sponsored by Senator Matt Pouliot of Kennebec, presented by Senator Guerin.
Thank you. Just a second, I gotta get things. I was upside down there. I am reading the testimony of Senator Pouliot. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I am Senator Matt Pouliot and represent Senate District 15, which includes the towns of Augusta, China, Oakland, Sydney, and Vassalboro. I am here to present 1106, an act to prohibit an employer from charging an employee to direct deposit of wages. A few months back, a constituent reached out and asked if it was illegal for an employer to charge him a fee to have their paycheck directly deposited because their employer charges them a fee to do so. I looked into the matter and learned that it was not, which led to this bill. This proposal is pretty straightforward. It prohibits an employer from charging a fee for the payment of wages to an employee by the means of direct deposit of funds. I have heard from a couple of trade groups asking where the idea for the bill came from. I explained to them the situation, and they were very surprised that an employer would charge an employee to have a paycheck directly deposited, as it is a very simple thing to do. This is a general cost of doing business and is more affordable way for employer to make the payment. Hopefully we can all agree that changing and charging an employee for this process should be prohibited. Thank you for your time, and Representative Pouliot would be happy to answer your questions at a future time.
Thank you, Senator, for standing in. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I did have one person signed up to testify in favor of the bill. Probably, I would likely believe it was Senator Pouliot's constituent, but I do not see Dane Stetson in the room.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, great. And there are no other people signed up for this bill. So with that, I will close the public hearing on LD 1106. That's a record. And finally, I will open the public hearing on LD 1233, sponsored by Victoria Morales. And it is called an act to determine how many employees of large companies in Maine receive public benefits. Welcome, Representative Morales.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I know it's been a long week. I will try to be brief.
Oh, it's nothing.
I know, right? The endurance, we have it. Senator Rafferty, Senator Hickman, I'm sorry. I have to change my intro. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in South Portland, and I am proud to sponsor LD 1233, an act to determine how many employees of large companies in Maine receive public benefits. The purpose of this bill is for Maine to be able to analyze and better inform its policies on how to best care for some of our most vulnerable residents, specifically those who are non-disabled and non-elderly adult Medicaid and other public benefit recipients who are also employed. Fortunately, it appears Maine has already compiled this data and provided it to the federal government for the year 2018 for the Government Accountability Office's October 2020 report, which examined the labor characteristics of working adult Medicaid enrollees and individuals living in households that receive SNAP benefits. And in my testimony, you'll see a cite to this report. The GAO analyzed recent data on wage earning adults participating in these programs in the annual social and economic supplement of the Census Bureau Census Current Population Survey. Specifically, the report examined selected labor characteristics of individuals ages 19 to 64 who reported both earning a positive wage and salary income and being enrolled in Medicaid and or living in a household that participated in SNAP in 2018, the most recent year with reliable data. The GAO analyzed several labor characteristics of this subpopulation and produced nationally generalizable estimates showing the distribution of these individuals among industries, occupations, various work schedules, and employer size. The questions the 2020 GAO review sought to explore are germane to this bill as well, including what is known about the labor characteristics of working adult Medicaid enrollees and SNAP recipients, and what is known about where adult Medicaid enrollees and SNAP recipients work. According to the data Maine provided the GAO, 28% of the non-elderly, non-disabled Medicaid recipients were working in Maine, and 53% of those were working for private sector employers with 50 or more employees. Page 35 to 36 of the report specifies each employer and the number of employees de-identified that fall into this category. Additionally, according to page 20 of the report, 73% of SNAP recipients in Maine were working for private sector employers with 50 or more employees in 2018. Furthermore, according to the report, employers, quote, with the largest number of working adult Medicaid enrollees in February 2020 in each state tended to be private sector employers with a presence in multiple states. For example, restaurant chains, department stores, home improvement centers, and discount stores employed many working adult Medicaid enrollees across the states whose data we received. However, some regional private sector employers, public sector employers, and nonprofit organizations also employed large numbers of these individuals, according to our analysis, end quote. This bill seeks to understand this data, continue to collect it, and use it to inform the state's policies when it comes to best serving the people of Maine. Specifically, this bill requires the Department of Labor and Department of Health and Human Services to gather data regarding the number of persons who are employed by businesses in the state that have 50 or more employees and who receive public benefits, including but not limited to benefits under the Federal Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Program and Federal Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program and Maine Care Program, General Assistance, Section 8 Housing Assistance, and all other rental assistance programs in Maine. As I'm sure the state protected the privacy rights of individual employees when providing this data to the GAO, it must continue to do so under this bill. And I would just add that my son, who's 16 and is applying for jobs recently, was filling out a job application to Hannaford, and Hannaford asked these questions in the online application, whether or not he was a recipient of these benefits, which I thought was interesting. The bill also requires the department to report its findings to this committee no later than December 1st of each year. Thank you for the opportunity to present this bill to you today. I look forward to this discussion and working on this policy with you.
Thank you, Representative Morales. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Prescott.
Well, thank you. Where are you? You moved around. There you are. So what is the end game of gathering this information? What's the intent to do with it?
The end game is to understand it, is to understand how many of our employees are also receiving public benefits so that we can better serve them and better know who should be contributing to their care.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to say, thanks very much for bringing this, Representative Morales. I find it surprising, actually, that when I look at this and realize that we don't have, really up to date and solid numbers on this. So is in your conversations with the agencies, is this something that there is interest there in understanding better as well?
I'm not sure. What I heard back from them is that they are worried about the confidentiality piece. And I sent them over the GAO report today, actually. And I'm not sure if they were aware of it, or if they were aware of it, they didn't include it in their testimony today.
Just a quick follow on, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Would this information, in your eyes, also be helpful in understanding the question of what qualifies as a living wage in our state?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, for those of you who know, I work in housing, and it is really shocking to find out that many folks are working full-time jobs and still unable to afford their housing, particularly, as some of you know, when I testified earlier on another bill around the number of mothers with children with full-time jobs living in motels. And so it is shocking to find that out. And I think knowing this information will be helpful for us as we move forward as a state with our policies. Thank you for the question.
Representative Warren.
Thank you very much for your testimony and bringing this bill forward, just so I can make sure to connect those two dots. Is the idea in part to have a measure and a regular record of, is it like how many working adults are working full time and in these various industries of larger than a certain size, particularly who don't make, I guess, effectively a living wage. So the idea maybe, are these good enough jobs to provide for people's needs? Is that part of what you're speaking about?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and that's a good point. I mean, what is true is that we don't know, and so you can't actually solve things that you don't measure, is what I truly believe. And so having this information, we'll be able to truly understand, what folks actually need to be able to afford their housing and to afford their food and afford their care for their kids. And if our employers aren't able to offer that, and the state is kicking in with taxpayer dollars to fill in that gap, that's something we should know as policymakers, so we can make the best policies so that our children can thrive, our families can thrive, our elderly can thrive. So yes, thank you for that question.
Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Representative Morales. Thank you for bringing this bill forward. I'm trying to, I just read the Department of Labor's testimony, and I guess what I'm wondering is, are we searching for aggregate numbers here? We're not looking to know, that so-and-so who lives on so-and-so street gets benefits. We want to know that the so-and-so company has 112 employees who receive benefits, and it's of this type. Do we want to know how much? I mean, we're not, how far is the aggregate going? I guess we just want to know numbers of employees and et cetera.
I would say yes. That's where I was thinking about with this bill, and that's certainly what the Government Accountability Office sought in terms of information. So I wouldn't go beyond what the state already provided the federal government back in 2018, although the bill does go beyond that in terms of looking at the state public benefits that we offer to folks, including general assistance and housing assistance that we provide, as well as some federal housing assistance that the GAO report didn't go as far as.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Morales, for being here. Do you know if the statistics or the data show any differentiation, for instance, between people who might have 0 children and people who might have, say, 5 children? Is there any differentiation within the data that could be determined?
In the data in the GAO report? I'm sorry, is that the question, Representative?
Yes, if we're aggregating this data, then how are we going to be able to differentiate? You know, some people may have 2 people not qualify, 2 family members not qualify for benefits. Another person or another family may have 5 and do qualify, and yet the income of each person may be the same.
Oh, I see the question. Yes. Well, you know, so the way that the benefit programs work is that it depends. How much you make really depends, whether you qualify depends on how many dependents you have. And so you may make more if you have 4 dependents and you still qualify for Medicaid, for example, but if you made that same amount and you only had yourself, you wouldn't qualify. So I think it is individual, but it's based on those poverty standards. That's a good question. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
And Representative Morales, just to be clear, the data that you're looking for is simply how many people are employed by employers who have more than 50 employees who are also on some form of public benefit, but you're not looking to break down family size.
No, not look. I mean, that's not, if the committee wants to go further with that, certainly willing to explore some of that, but that's not the intent.
And Representative Sylvester mentioned that he read the department's testimony. Do you have the department's testimony? Because I can't seem to find it. I didn't know if the department submitted testimony. It's not on the website.
They did send it to me this morning.
Okay, maybe I have it. I just have not seen it yet. Chairman Sylvester.
It is on Mr. Isaac Gingras submitted testimony. If you look on the committee page, and but it does not say that. It's hard to see that he's from the Department of Labor. So,
thank you for that clarification, Chairman Sylvester. Are there any other questions for Representative Morales this Friday afternoon? Thank you so much for being here, Representative. I do not believe that there is anyone signed up to testify on this bill unless Mr. John Kaczynski, who may still be at the clinic with his canine. I don't see him raising his hand. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing on LD 1233, and then I will ask the committee a question, 2 questions, well, really 1. We have 2 bills that had no opposition and no real testimony in front of us. And so would we entertain going into work session on one or both? I'm speaking of 1106 and now 1233. Anyone on the committee have any opinions about that?
I think I would prefer to wait and look at it at the work session, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. I just thought for the sake of expediency, I would at least ask the question. Representative Prescott.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to wait. I'm interested in Representative Morales's bill, but I need to look into it a little more. So I would like some time if you don't mind.
I just wanted to check just because I'm trying to be efficient with our time and our schedule. So with that, we are finished with our public hearings for the day. Thank you all for being patient. We do have our 2 analysts here that want to present some language reviews for us so that we can get the report out process in motion. Mr. Stephen Langland.
Sure. So the first one that I have is LD 97. And I sent these to you in an email earlier this morning. Would you like me to share my screen as I go through them? Okay. Okay, so LD 97 is an act to ensure the right to work without payment of dues or fees to a labor union. It was majority ought not to pass and minority ought to pass. And there is a fiscal note required, which changes the minority report to ought to pass as amended. Correctional and judicial impact statements. So it establishes a new Class D crime and civil violation. The additional workload associated with the minimal number of new cases filed in the court system does not require additional funding at this time. The collection of additional fine and or fee revenue will increase general fund and dedicated revenue fund by minor amounts. Further, the Office of Fiscal and Program Review writes that this legislation may increase litigation before the Maine Labor Relations Board, which may result in increased payments to board members for per diem and other expenses. Under Title 26, Section 968, per diem and necessary expenses for members and alternates of the board, as well as state cost allocation program charges, must be shared equally by the parties to any proceeding at which the board presides and must be paid into a special fund administered by the board from which all costs must be paid. There's no appropriations or allocation section required. So if everybody is okay with that language, we can report that bill out.
Is anyone on the minority report in objection to the way it reads? Seeing no objection, we are prepared to report that out.
Okay.
Thank you. Next.
So the next one that I have is LD 449. Let me try to share my screen again.
Thank you.
I can figure out how to get the Zoom thing up. Okay. Okay. So LD 449 is an act to strengthen the ability of public employers and unions to negotiate. The majority was ought to pass and the minority was ought not to pass. So the Office of Fiscal and Program Review flagged this as a potential state mandate. And I do have some information on what that means if you would like to go into it, especially for new committee members. I don't believe that we've sort of been down this road yet in this committee. So, yep.
Thank you.
Okay, so the potential state mandate would be, so if the bill requires a local unit of government to expand or modify its activities so as to necessitate additional expenditures from local revenue, the state mandate provisions of the Constitution of Maine require either one, a general fund appropriations be provided to fund at least 90% of any additional necessitated local costs of the mandate, or two, a mandate preamble be added to the bill and 2/3 of the members of each house vote to exempt the mandate from the funding requirement. If the bill does represent a state mandate and neither one of these actions occurs, the local units of government are not required to implement the mandated activities. So further information about the mandate is that public employers affected by this legislation include municipalities, school districts, the Maine Turnpike Authority, the Maine Public Employees Retirement System, water, sewer, and fire districts in counties and or a subdivision of a county. The impact to public employers whose current collective bargaining agreements include this exception that will now have to meet with a bargaining agent within 10 days of receiving written notice, or to those public employers who would have included this exception in future collective bargaining agreements cannot be determined. However, information provided by the Maine Municipal Association indicates that this exception provision is not widely used in municipal agreements. This legislation may also result in increased costs to the Maine Labor Relations Board due to an increase in the number of complaint filings that may occur over disputes as to whether or not an employer owes a duty to bargain over a subject covered by an existing contract. The cost to the Maine Labor Relations Board and the ability of the board to absorb those costs within existing budgeted resources will depend on the number of complaint filings they receive. The board estimates its portion of the cost to be $1,300 per filing. There's no appropriations and allocation section required. If you'd like me to talk a little bit more about the mandates and what the committee's options are, I'm happy to do that.
I think that would be, Chairman Sylvester has a question.
I was going to ask him to do that, please.
Okay, sure. So I also sent you a document that sort of lays out what the landscape is when a fiscal note is flagged. So a little bit of background. So whether a proposal falls within the terms of Article 9, Section 21 of the Maine Constitution is sometimes a subject of debate. The Office of Fiscal and Program Review will flag the matter for further legislative consideration, which is what we're doing today. Once identified, the committee has several options. One option is they can determine that the proposal does not constitute a mandate. So if a committee determines that a provision identified as a potential mandate is not in fact a mandate, The committee can direct its analysts to draft language to insert in the summary of the committee amendment that states the committee's determination. And we have language that we can use that's sort of boilerplate and ready to go. If inserted into a summary, the intent of the language is to explain the committee's finding that the provision the fiscal note identifies as a potential mandate does not require any expansion or modification of activities so as to necessitate additional expenditures from local revenue. The committee can then report the proposal out without funding and without a mandate preamble. In that case, the proposal will normally be placed on the special appropriations table, and a decision regarding final enactment will be deferred until the Joint Standing Committee on Appropriations and Financial Affairs makes decisions on bills placed on this table, which usually occurs near the end of a legislative session. The committee could decide that a proposal does constitute a mandate as flagged by the Office of Fiscal and Program Review. So if a committee determines that a proposal does constitute a mandate, the committee has various options, including you can amend the proposal to eliminate the requirement. So for instance, you might make the expanded or modified activity optional. You can amend the proposal to provide funding for 90% of the necessitated additional local expenditures. Or you can amend the proposal to add a mandate preamble stating that the legislation is being enacted as an exception to Article 9, Section 21, and that the legislation is exempt from the funding requirement. To accomplish this third option, enactment of the proposal requires a 2/3 vote of elected members of each chamber of the legislature. Another option the committee has is that they can determine that no further action is necessary. So if the committee decides to report out a proposal without addressing the issue in the summary of the fiscal note and without funding or having a mandate preamble in the bill, the proposal will still likely be placed on the special appropriations table and where it will sit until the end of session, where the Appropriations and Financial Affairs will sort of what they call run the table at the end. So those are sort of the options on what the committee has. I don't know what the committee's sentiment is on that, but.
Representative Cuddy.
Thanks, Senator. Thank you, Steve, for that analysis. Can you go through the rationale for this being a mandate again? I saw nothing that made sense to me about that.
Yeah, so what the Office of Fiscal and Program Review is, they said that the Maine Municipal Association indicated the exception that the bill mandates is not widely used, but it could actually, because it affects municipalities, school districts, Maine Turnpike Authority, water, sewer, and fire districts. If you have public employers whose current collective bargaining agreements include the exception, they might now have to meet with a bargaining agent within 10 days of receiving written notice, or to those of public employers who would have included this exception in future collective bargaining agreements cannot be determined. So it's possible that it could lead to like additional meetings is what I understand the fiscal note to say. And so that could actually cost sewer and water districts additional funding. But as I said, it's often a discussion of debate on whether the committee feels it's a mandate or not.
Representative Cuddy, does that answer your question?
So it does answer my question as to what the rationale that was proposed was. Yes, thank you.
Chairman Sylvester.
So if we want to move this out today, I think that we may need to caucus.
Well,
we're in the wrong meeting format to do that. I just realized. Well, so we may. I'm going to suggest we hold this to allow for conversation when we can think about it a little more deeply than we might be able to at 3:38 on a Friday.
That's fine. I was going to suggest the same thing, that we just hold this bill until the people on the majority report decide how they want to report the bill out. Those are our options. And the minority report was probably ought not to pass. Is that correct?
That's correct.
They wouldn't have to weigh in on the majority report. So next up.
Okay. So next up is LD 469, which was an act to ensure safety across Maine's construction industry. So this is the final language that was agreed upon. The majority was ought to pass as amended. The minority was ought not to pass. So this is sort of the bill in its final form. The fiscal note on this is the bill requires contractors to require mandatory safety training for all craft workers on public works construction sites. It increases the types of construction workers needing to be trained. Includes a general fund appropriation of $70,386 in fiscal year 2021-22 and $94,456 in fiscal year 22-23 to the regulation enforcement program within DOL. And it also allocates money for one labor and safety inspector position and related all other costs associated with conducting investigations into potential violations of the construction safety training requirements for craft workers. It also includes general fund appropriations of $10,000 and highway fund allocations of $10,000 in fiscal years 21-22 and 22-23 for increased construction costs. Federal expenditures fund allocations of $40,000 in fiscal years 21-22 and 22-23 are also included. The effective date for the positions is October 1st, 2021. And you can see the allocations, appropriations and allocation section here references the $10,000 figure that I just described, as well as the $70,386. If nobody has any questions or concerns about this, this is final, edited, and ready to go, with the exception of, it says first regular session, so it would just have to say first special session, but that would be the only difference that the committee would see if it has no other changes it wishes to make at this time.
Mr.
And as I
Lemon,
said,
sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. There's a
that's
lag.
okay.
Go back down to the appropriate allocation section, please. Thank you. So right there. So the numbers at the top say 80,000 and 104,000, and the numbers in the summary say 70,000 and 94,000. What is the discrepancy there?
I think because the $10,000 of I think there was some $10,000 figures that come from the highway fund on each of those initiatives. So it's not all coming from the general fund. So there's $10,000 that's coming from the highway fund.
So the general fund number includes the highway fund number in the top line?
Yes.
In the narrative?
I believe so. I didn't prepare these. I didn't prepare the fiscal note. But yeah, that's my understanding.
That's fine. I'll leave that up to the Appropriations Committee to figure out. I just wanted to question it for my own eyes. Anyone else have any questions about the fiscal note? Seeing none, if there are no objections, we can report this out. Seeing no objections, we can report this out.
Okay. The final one that I have is LD 609, which was Speaker Fecto's bill, which was a resolve to establish a commission to increase housing opportunities in Maine by studying zoning and land use restrictions. As you know, this is a legislative study, so general operating expenses are projected to be $2,250 in fiscal year 21-22. And the legislature's whole budget for 22-23 biennium includes $10,000 in fiscal year 21-22 and $10,000 in fiscal year 22-23 for the cost of legislative studies in general, as well as $21,260 of balances carried over from prior years for this purpose. Whether these amounts are sufficient to fund all studies will depend on the number of studies that are authorized by the Legislative Council and the legislature. The additional costs of providing staffing assistance to the study during the interim can be absorbed utilizing existing budgeted staff resources. The fiscal note also says that additional costs to Maine State Housing Authority associated with the director or the director's designee position serving on the commission can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. And that's all I have on LD 609. So if the committee has no objections, with that, we can report that out as well. And that was unanimous, ought to pass.
Yes, thank you. Are there any objections from the committee? This will go to the study table and be funded or not. Seeing no objections, report that out. Thank you, Mr. Langley.
And that's all I have. I believe Colleen McCarthy-Reed has several.
Thank you. You're on.
Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen. I have 4 as well.
Thank you.
And I'm going to start. There were 2 of the ones that I have that trigger potential state mandates, but I'll do the 2 that don't. And the first one is LD 305. This was a divided report. This was a bill that would include forest rangers and forest fire prevention specialists in the Bureau of Forestry's Forest Protection Unit in the laws governing concerning cancer suffered by firefighters. So this would create or add these employees to those firefighters that are eligible for a preemption under the Workers' Compensation Code if they contract or are diagnosed with cancer during their employment. So it adds them to the definition of firefighter in the existing law and makes corresponding changes in the statute to reflect that. And I did, the amendment changes the language slightly from the original bill, which was referred directly or specifically to fire prevention specialists and forest rangers in the Bureau of Forestry. And in working with the Bureau of Forestry, we amended the language to say employees in the Forest Protection Unit within the Bureau of Forestry, because that recognizes all of the employees within the Bureau whose duties include extinguishment or investigation of fires. And committee members might recall during the testimony, those employees who work as helicopter pilots, for instance, were concerned that the language in the original bill didn't include them. So this is intended to include all of those employees who have firefighting duties. And then secondly, wanted to share with you the fiscal note. It does identify a potential cost increase to the general fund and the Workers' Compensation Management Fund. Adding these Bureau of Forestry firefighters to the definition in the current law does have the potential to increase costs to the Workers' Compensation Fund, but the impact on the fund will depend on actual experience. Because there's, you don't know how many firefighters might make a workers' compensation claim as a result of contracting cancer that would then trigger this presumption under the Workers' Compensation Code. So it doesn't require any specific general fund appropriation, but because it identifies a potential cost, this is a bill that if it moves forward would likely be referred to the special appropriations table before final enactment.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I just have a quick question, and it doesn't have to be answered today, although it would be nice. I probably was up here for the hearing. My question is, the opposition to this from the committee was on what?
The minority members who voted on it could probably speak to this, but I think there was a general concern about the potential for increased costs related to a shifting of the burden might increase legal costs to employers related to those workers' compensation claims. The committee had other bills that created presumptions, and I think those were part of the concerns that the minority members had, but certainly they can add anything if I'm mischaracterizing their position on LD 305.
I appreciate that. And if any of the committee members would like to enlighten me now or later, that would be fine. Are there any objections, at least to the language in the majority report? If not, we can report this bill out.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
The next one is LD 494. This was a unanimous ought to pass vote of the committee, but because of the fiscal note It will be reported out, ought to pass as amended. This was a bill that proposed to change the compensation structure of the Maine Labor Relations Board and the State Board of Arbitration and Conciliation. It again, similar to the bill we just talked about, notes a potential cost increase to the general fund and also to other special revenue funds, although those increased costs will be offset by the ability to collect fees for the services. Parties that have proceedings before the board typically share in the cost of those proceedings. But what LD 494 does in part is it increases the per diem rate that members of the Board of Arbitration and Conciliation would be eligible for. And it does have the potential to increase the personal services cost to the board. But again, those costs are paid for by the parties to the proceedings. So the actual cost, again, will depend on the number of days that those members spend in their actual employment and discharging their duties. And then the second provision of the bill would allow the Maine Labor Relations Board to pay per diem if there were existing funds in their general fund appropriation to help offset some of the expenses that are paid by parties who come before the Labor Relations Board. But again, the language of the legislation requires that the board is only able to do that if it does not create a financial hardship. So fiscal information here assumes that the board will manage the costs within their existing budgeted resources and no additional general fund appropriations will be required.
Thank you. Are there any questions about this from the committee? Seeing none, we may as well report this out.
Great, thank you. So the remaining two bills are LD 213 and LD 467. Both of these bills would make some changes to provisions under the Workers' Compensation Act related to a presumption that would be available to employees if they are diagnosed with certain conditions. And the first one, LD 213, would add to the identified list of cancers that are eligible for the presumption a reference to gynecologic cancers that would be experienced, that female firefighters could be diagnosed with during the course of their employment. And so as this was a divided report, again, the majority report was ought to pass, but because this fiscal note identifies the legislation as a potential state mandate, it would require a fiscal note to be attached. And again, based on the, as Steve alluded to earlier, it does mean the committee might want to have a further discussion about how to address the identification of the legislation as a potential state mandate. Because the bill talks about and makes changes related to female firefighters, it does have an impact on municipal firefighters. And so the Office of Fiscal and Program Review has identified that the shifting of the burden of proof may necessitate a more vigorous and costly legal defense by municipalities and increase the number of cases lost by those municipalities, in the sense that employees may be more likely to prevail in their workers' compensation claims. And because of that, a modification of their activities, it's been identified as a potential state mandate.
Got it. Thank
In
you.
terms of the impact on the state government, it may have a potential to increase workers' compensation costs as well. So that's LD 213. And given what you talked about earlier, it may be something you want to hold off on reporting out at this time.
With the leave of those who have voted for the ought to pass as amended, I just thought about how if we report this bill out as is, we don't make any changes to the fiscal note, it's going to go to the appropriations table anyway. And I think we could then have a conversation with the members of the Appropriations Committee about how best to move this bill forward, because they can also amend it in the Appropriations Committee, correct?
That is correct.
Chairman Sylvester.
Thank you. Ms. McCarthy, there was the similar bill about PTSD.
That's coming up next. Yep. We
yeah,
also have
and-
that. It has the same
okay,
mandate identified.
And there was the bill from the 128th, sponsored by Representative Golden at the time. And I believe it had a similar mandate, and in the end, it was just as likely that cases would go down as it was that cases would go up. And I believe we might have had that mandate removed on the basis of, would you be able to research that for us and
Sure. Yeah.
and find out what happened to that bill in the 128th and whether there was a mandate put on to when it reached the floor?
I will. I'm happy to do that. As Mr. Langland talked about, it's the committee's determination about whether or not they think a bill satisfies the requirements of the Constitution as it relates to whether or not it is a mandate. So if the committee disagrees, then they would not have to put the mandate preamble on, and they could move the legislation forward. But I'll go back and look again at Representative Golden's prior legislation to see if that was something that the committee specifically put language into the amendment of that bill, with a finding that they did not believe it was a mandate or not, when you talk about it next time.
That would be great. And if Mr. Chair, if we could hold this one for that, because I think it's a vital piece of information. I believe that the director of workers' comp at the time agreed with us that it was just as likely that cases would go up as they would go down, and helped us to remove that before without putting it on the special table. So I would just like to get that history before we move it forward.
Sure. Yep. For both LD 213 and LD 467, since it does relate to a presumption, it doesn't necessarily change. It doesn't change the underlying responsibility of an employer to pay workers' compensation claims if it can be determined that the condition or the disease arose out of the course of their employment. It just changes the presumption. So I can go back and look at those discussions from the 128th.
Great. Do you think you'll be able to have that for us by Monday?
I can try. Sure.
That'd be great. I don't want it to be too long because we can also move this and do the work in the appropriations committee. But this is for the committee to do its work first.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And so that last one is the same. We don't have to necessarily go through it because we need to do the investigation first.
It was the same, impacted the same provision of the workers' comp code. Yes. So I'll hold on to both of those and we can talk about them again collectively.
Perfect. Chairman Sylvester, did you have anything else? Your hand is raised.
I did not.
Great. So we can report out the bills that we're not holding, and we will hope to get information on the ones we are holding sometime on Monday. Next week, we begin our Monday and Friday sessions at 9 a.m. So please set your clocks for that. Our Wednesdays will remain at 10 because I know people have caucus at 9. Thank you all very much for the long day, the work, the commitment, the excellence. It's all good. And with that, we will adjourn the Labor and Housing Committee until Monday at 9. Please enjoy your weekends.
And you. Thank you.
Want some food.
Okay.
Peas in the
Thank you.